So we talked about groceries. The food we buy off the shelf, of course, is all cultivated and grown on farms. And if we head to India, 50% of the workforce are employed in agriculture, and a growing population, now at 1.4 billion, are dependent on the crops produced. But traditional methods are now making way for new technology that promises to make farms more efficient, productive and profitable thanks to artificial intelligence. Archana Shukla reports.
For generations, Indian farms have been sown and tilled only with traditional know-how. But some, like Nitin Patil, are trying out something different. With sensor devices on his vineyard that check weather and soil health and uses artificial intelligence to figure out when to water the crops, add fertilizer and tackle pests. Nitin then receives a precise advisory on a mobile app.
This vineyard where we are now, it has no groundwater sources, and we are growing these wines with the water that we purchase from outside tankers. With the help of this AI data, we are now able to irrigate them only at the crucial stage. And that's helping us to save around 50% of the water that we used to give before.
Built in India's Silicon Valley, Bangalore by startup Fossil Agri-Tech, the service has led to a near 25% boost in productivity on crops like grapes and guavas. Informed decision-making is only one part of the solution to improve productivity, but weeding out inefficiencies in the existing age-old agricultural practices is also crucial. AI-powered robots offer a solution. This one is equipped with precision cameras that scan the ground in real time, programmed to avoid wasteful spraying.
The way spraying is done in India is on an acre level. And our mission is to boil that down into a plant level decision making. Just by spraying only on the plant, we are seeing a 56% savings.
Improved rural digital connectivity and government support for agri-tech startups has pushed farm innovations. But even now, just 2% cultivators use tech in farming.
We really need to enable the digital public infrastructure. And second is going to be public-private partnerships. India will always be resource constrained. We possibly are perhaps lowest in the yield level. We possibly are pretty much constrained on finance and insurance services for the farmers. And that's where the gap needs to be filled up with AI.
Data-driven agriculture promises profitability, but will need considerable time and investment to reach majority of India's farmers. Archana Shukla, BBC News, Bangalore.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the third day of Digital X ADB. So glad to see you all here this morning, and we've got some great sessions lined up. To kick off, we're going to start with a session called Transforming ADB's Future of Work with AI-Driven Innovations. I have the pleasure to invite Susan Roth. Susan leads the Digital Knowledge Navigator project and is an advisor to the Department of Communication and Knowledge. Susan, please.
So thank you very much. I think we all have now some experience working with artificial intelligence, and we are in fact all also working for artificial intelligence with all the content we produce. And we would like to discuss today a little bit the new tools that we are developing in ADB and the foundations that we need to build together with all of you to make this actually work well. So we have today a great panel, but before we invite the panel, I would like to invite Stephanie Hang, the Director General of the IT Department, to give us some framing and some opening remarks. I'm sure you've waited quite some time to actually introduce these new tools that we have and that we have been experimenting with. So over to you first.
Thanks, Susan. And good morning, everyone. And welcome to this important sessions on AI-driven innovations at ADB. It is actually exciting that we now see AI actually can reshape not just the way we work, but just now from the video, you can see that we can also looking at the digital technologies and AI to address development challenges across Asia and the Pacific. So today, our visions in ADB remain as the forefront of the technologies, leveraging digital and AI to enhance our operation efficiency and productivity, benefiting both our own internal community as well as the client that we serve. Keeping in line with our vision, ADB is actually one of the pioneer organizations and MDB across the group to first pilot Microsoft Copilot. So we are actually the beta customer in the Asia Pacific. At the same time, we are also looking at developing our own AI platforms, which is actually today we will be showcasing it. So the first one is what we have working with DOCK, Susan team on the Knowledge Navigator. So think of the Knowledge Navigator is like for all the ADB staff. And then you have the Microsoft Copilot, which is for your personal productivity. And then we also will have Kadra to share about ADB Genie, which is actually more like a research assistance. So with all this, we hope that we can actually improve our work. These two are pivotal in our transformations, aligning with the strategic goal set out in the Strategy 2030, and specifically in the midterm review, there is a section to talk about digital transformation. And this would accelerate the way we actually work and how we actually can support our clients and DMCs. The biggest changes, I would say for us, it is really about the human capital development, because the speed of changes is accelerated. And all of us, in the shortest time, we have to learn a lot more new capabilities. And this culture of continuous learning and growth mindset are the most important going forward. So today, as part of the Digital X program, we actually conducted an all-staff survey, which revealed 53% of the respondents are already using 2 or more AI tools, with Copilot and ChatGPT being the most used. Interestingly, 27% of the respondents have identified 3 or more use cases for AI, ranging from document generation to email drafting and research synthesis. This shows that AI is already playing a very crucial role in improving efficiency and productivity across the organization. Well, most of our staff are actually optimistic, with 42% actually reporting that they are very comfortable using AI. We must also recognize that some concern remain. Only 7% express discomfort, with common worries related to privacy, data security, job displacement, and ethical implication. So it's important that we address this concern heads-on, providing support, training, and assurance around responsible use AI, data privacy protections, and also responsible use AI integration into all our workflow. So on day 1, VP Bruce had already announced that we will have the responsible use AI framework, and we will actually provide tools for our people to actually assess the risk impact of using the AI capability. To further enhance our journey towards AI integration to our work, we remain committed to providing hands-on training, clear guidelines on responsible use AI, and ensuring secure access to these tools. We understand that the importance of data privacy and the need for reliable AI tools, and we will continue to support the staff with necessary resources, technical support, and division-specific briefing to seamlessly integrate AI into our workforce. We are now under the guidance of the ADB's AI working group, preparing, to actually launch and continue to work with the team and help us to go through these transitions and transformation. Finally, I encourage all of you to take advantage of the pop-up booth outside of the Staff Hub today, where you can actually experience and try out this new technology for yourself. AI is bringing both opportunities and challenges. We are confident that by continuing to integrate AI across our operations as well as processes, we can unlock new level of productivity and efficiency, aligning with the ADB's missions and fostering prosperous, inclusive, sustainable Asia and the Pacific. I look forward for today's discussion to the insight we will gain as we explore the future of work at ADB. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stephanie. So now I'd like to invite our experts here. And to make it as interactive as possible, please use your devices. And I think you can scan a code on your table so that you can actually also ask questions. I'm still waiting for my tool to see what questions you are asking. It's coming, good, because we want to make sure there's actually answers will come. And now let's start with our experts. We have here with us today Matt Farley. He is the Director for Infrastructure and Technology in ITD, and he's also, I think, known to all of you because he leads the co-pilot community of practice, and he answers all our questions that come up when we use co-pilot. So great to have you here. Thank you. Then we have with us Kadra Said. She leads ADB Genie and works often behind the scenes, but should be here on the stage, I think, every day with this amazing work that ADB Genie is offering to us. What you're doing, I think, was impossible a year ago to imagine in ADB, so amazing work. And then we have here Patrick Vermeij. He leads with me together the Digital Knowledge Navigator project with Bess San Victoris. So Bess San Victoris is the knowledge management, the digital knowledge management expert in my team and DOCK. And I think, Agnes, you have no choice, but you have to join us here now in the panel. Agnes is the founder of Search Explained, and she's also the most valuable professional awarded by Microsoft for 17 years in a row. This is an award that you get if you're not work for Microsoft, but you actually are very knowledgeable in the tool. So great panel. Maybe you want to move your chairs a little bit around so it doesn't look like you're all sitting on a in a row. Should be a discussion round. We have a few slides for all of you to see a little bit what's happening, what's coming. And again, you can raise your hand. We can get your questions live, or you can use the tool. We want to make this as informative and interactive as possible. So maybe let's start, I would say, with the common assistant for everyone, right? For individuals' work. And that is Copilot. So Matt, can you share with us a little bit about what is Copilot, what can we use it for, some use cases, and share a bit about your excitement, what you think will come with Copilot in the future?
Sure.
And I think you have a slide,
yeah,
right?
we do have a slide, so hopefully
Yeah?
they can show the Copilot slide in the back of the clicker. We thought that AI was going to move the slide for us, but apparently not.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm sure everybody remembers when ChatGPT came out and all of the excitement. So Copilot is essentially Microsoft's product repackaged GPT for enterprises such as Asian Development Bank. And one of the key things we're trying to market across is that there's two versions. There is a free version of Copilot that is available to the entire bank right now. Anyone can go to copilot.microsoft.com or goto.adb.org/copilot, and you can access and start benefiting from this assistant. And it's very similar to ChatGPT. You enter your prompts, it gives you a very intelligent response. And then the second version is, sometimes we just call it the paid version. It's Copilot 365. This Copilot is integrated with your Microsoft Office applications, and it has access to your ADB data. And you think of this as your personal ADB assistant. It can look at your calendar, your Outlook, your SharePoint drives, your OneDrive. So you can ask it questions very specific to you. So as an example, yesterday I was writing a performance review, and we'll just call the person John. And I went to Copilot and I said, hey, Copilot, can you tell me all of the major interactions I've had with John over the past few months? What were the key things he worked on, key contributions? And then Copilot went through all of my OneDrive, all of my chats, all of my emails, all of my calendar, and gave me a really nice summary of the many interactions that I've had with John to help me then draft that performance report. So only a personal assistant such as Copilot integrated with the Microsoft system could actually give me that kind of value. However, on the free side, I also use the free version of Copilot all the time. So for example, we just had somebody come back from the World Bank. They were on mission to the World Bank to talk about cybersecurity practices. And they came back very excited saying, hey, you can actually ask this thing to role play with you on a cybersecurity tabletop exercise, almost like a video game. You ask it, you say, okay, hey, let's pretend we've just been hacked. You're the moderator for the tabletop. Now let's all role play together. And it was able to play that and facilitate that discussion. And what was interesting, don't let it leave this room, is they said the quality of that role play was pretty much the same as what we paid a human to do a couple of years ago. So the possibilities are endless. And people often ask, Matt, what is the use case for Copilot? Tell me what your use case is. We really need to flip it around and think there's not a use case for Copilot or for generative AI in many instances. It's everything. There's nothing it can't do. It's whatever you can think of and dream of, there's a very, very good chance it can help you with that. What we need to do is get into the mentality and the behavior of, instead of going to Google and asking my questions, go to Copilot and ask for assistance. Instead of going to perhaps my human assistant and ask for help or to do this for me, go to Copilot and ask to do it for me. That should always be your first step first. Try Copilot and then maybe something else if it can.
Okay, wonderful. So maybe before we go to Knowledge Navigator, what are people most scared of when they use Copilot?
People are most scared of data privacy. And that's one of the main features or I guess the advantages of being a part of ADB and having an enterprise account and enterprise protections. So when you're logged into Copilot with your ADB account, your email at adb.org, you'll get a little green badge that shows you you're getting the enterprise data protections and privacy. So you can be 100% sure that whatever you're saying to Copilot is not being harvested by Microsoft to train any kind of model. And also it's your interactions with Copilot, us in ITD, we can't see them. Your supervisor can't see them, no one else can see them. So you pretty much have guaranteed privacy when you're interacting with Copilot. It doesn't save your chats and yeah, you can rest assured.
Okay, thank you, Matt. So this is for everyone, for your personal work, but now we have something else, and that is the collective intelligence of ADB. If you remember, many of you look around the age that you still remember the introduction of the internet. And I think this was the time when we thought this will be the Gaia moment of the world. We'll all be connected and create this super brain. It has worked maybe to some extent, but this is, this is what we are trying to do now with the Knowledge Navigator, to create the super brain of ADB. And Beth, you have been there from the beginning. You are one of the brains behind the Navigator. Can you share us a little bit what the Navigator can do, will do in the future? And then we hear from Patrick, of course, too.
Thank you, Susan, and good morning, everyone. So the Navigator is an AI solution to enhance the searchability of content in ADB, particularly on SharePoint. So we are working, as mentioned earlier, DOCK and ITD are working together in collaboration with different departments to ensure alignment with existing tools. So Susan mentioned about the previous internet, and I know we have all experienced the frustration when we are looking for documents using the MyADB, especially the previous search function of MyADB, and I bet you would agree that it's like finding a needle in a haystack, right? So while SharePoint has improved the searchability of content in ADB as a SharePoint focal and managing different SharePoint sites and community sites, it's still very difficult to find the document, the information that we need. So like, for example, specific sector knowledge or people to connect with, to consult with, so that it can help you with implementing your projects, or drafting a document, like for example, a TOR in a good ADB format. So why is that? So the problem lies in the disorganization of content across multiple platforms. Like for example, on your SharePoint, OneDrive, in your email, Themes, and even Google Drive, and even your personal laptop. So this is based on the user needs analysis that we conducted this year, highlighting the scattered project-related documents, the pre-disclosure version of the documents. So this is where the digital KM comes in. So the main goal is to revolutionize the way we discover, we find knowledge in ADB. So it aims to enhance the organization and searchability of content on SharePoint. So this project has 2 tracks. So the first track focuses on laying the foundation for ADB's content to be fully AI ready. So by curating trusted content and designing context-specific SharePoint sites. So this track will feed and enrich the second track, which is the development of course, the Navigator. So this is not just a search tool, but it is an AI-powered assistant to connect you with trusted answers. So we envision a future where the Navigator serves as a gateway to ADB's enriched ecosystem of curated knowledge and task outputs. So it has 3 main functions: the knowledge discovery, the agent-assisted task execution, and of course, the people discovery. So to connect you with the relevant knowledge and expertise you need. So I'll turn over the floor to Patrick to provide you more details and what to expect with the release 1 of the Navigator and the exciting future of the Navigator.
Yes, good morning, everybody. So let me give you a quick overview of what we're doing with Navigator. Sometimes you hear the word knowledge navigator, sometimes you hear navigator, but the word knowledge is quite important because we need to find information in ADB. And Navigator actually doesn't help you find the document or the piece of information where you find it. No, it actually helps you give the answer. Something maybe not unlike what Copilot or ChatGPT were doing, but Navigator has something that others don't have, because we fed it with information that's only available on ADB. We have curated collections of content that is available only within ADB, staff instructions, project administration manuals, board papers, sector information. So initially we've been working very much with the AFNR group, and we're working on other information as well. And all that information together helps Navigator come up with an answer that another tool won't be able to give, because those other tools don't know that information in ADB. We're also making, doing a lot of effort to come up with curated collections so that we have the authoritative source of information so that we can come up with a good answer. So it's very important. And so you just type the question and Navigator will come up with the answer, and hopefully that answer is good. But we do everything on the content side to make sure that that answer is good. So that's the first function of the Navigator. The second function is task assistance. How often do we need to create something? And the first question we think about, is there an example somewhere? And then you need to go all around the organization to actually find that example. And then hopefully it's good enough as a start. Well, with Navigator, we are creating task assistance for terms of reference. So we fed it with all the terms of reference from CMS from the past 5 years. And with that, with minimal inputs, Navigator can come up with a first draft of that terms of reference. in, well, seconds. And it's really powerful because that will give you that example and much more than that example, because it is based on all the 5 years of terms of reference. And because of that, you have a jump start in creating that document. So that is good as well. The last thing, which is very important for a tool like Navigator, is feedback. AI systems learn over time, and their answers and their tasks get better and better because they learn from feedback. So we built a feedback mechanism into the Navigator that's simple thumbs up, thumbs down. This is a great answer. Well, maybe it's not that good, maybe it's too long, maybe it's too short, maybe it's not correct. With that, we can improve the Navigator over time. So, next slide, please. So, currently, we're finishing the development of the Navigator, and we'll soon go into beta testing with some groups in ADB. Soon, I think later this year, actual Navigator will be able on everybody's laptops, and we're also working on a mobile app so that you can access Navigator from your mobile devices. Next year, we'll actually start growing Navigator, and the vision is that it will become the core of a new intranet to replace my ADB. So that's some plans for the future. And back to you, Susan.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very exciting. I think you made that very important point, Beth. It's the content collection and the organization of information. And I'm very proud to share with you that for the first time, ADB now has actually taxonomy. And we also procured under this project a taxonomy term store. Without that, you can't really do much with unstructured data and AI. So that's another breakthrough. So we are building really the foundations. We have questions for you, Matt, and for you. So maybe let's take them quickly, and then we come to you, Kadra, because we have some time. So here we have one question from Matt that is, how much I have to pay for Copilot? I think you answered that question.
I will put another plug in. We should all be using the free Copilot. Yes. And if the free Copilot doesn't meet your needs, if you'll truly make use of the paid version, it's $27 per month per user. And that is actually the most expensive license that we give out to users. So we don't just throw it out freely like candy. We found instances where an entire team wanted Copilot, but once they got it, we found some of the people went months and months and never used it. So we want to be judicious and appropriate. If we're going to pay for it, let's use it.
Okay. How many resident missions have access, or how many staff members in resident missions?
So bank-wide, we've given out, we've purchased and assigned roughly 800 licenses, and that's across all RMs, FOs, HQ.
Okay, good. Thank you. There's another question, and now my thing went silent here. Sorry. I need someone to turn it on again. There was another question, and that was about content correctness. So maybe Patrick and Beth, you can say something about that. How do we know the information we find with Copilot or the Navigator is actually correct and reliable?
Two things. The first thing is that we talked about curated collections of content, so of authoritative information. So we spend a lot of effort to actually create those collections, and so to make sure that only the authoritative version of the document goes in, which should contain the truth. So that's the first thing, the first piece. The second thing is we have been testing and will continue test Navigator to make sure that it comes up with good answers, and we're using that feedback mechanism for it. Never expect an AI agent to be always 100% correct. But what we see with Navigator right now is that it comes up with pretty good answers. But always make sure you have your professional judgment as well to understand the answers, and that doesn't go away. And there are some factors that AI, although Matt said AI can do everything, I'm not sure if it might be good at politics or ways of navigating ADB. There are a couple of things where humans are much better because we interact with people and Navigator doesn't necessarily do it. So Yeah, to answer your question, we're doing everything to make sure that Navigator can come up with all the right questions, and then we have the feedback mechanism to even improve it further over time.
Thank you. Bess, maybe you want to say something about the humans in the loop and why managing knowledge at your team level and your sector, thematic, resident mission, office level is so important?
Yeah, so it's very important because, as mentioned by Patrick V, we are creating the content for the Knowledge Navigator. And actually, currently, we are working with different pilot groups. We are doing site walkthroughs to understand the content of their SharePoint site, to ensure that the quality of the content of the Navigator is the correct one. And of course, we need people to manage this, to ensure that the knowledge, specifically for specific sectors or theme, that the quality of the results of the Navigator is good and useful for staff.
Very good. There's an interesting question here, and we thought about that also, is will the Navigator display the version of knowledge so that as a user, I can be sure that the authoritative info provided is also from the policy version, is aligned with the policy version, I guess, of ADB. So we are thinking about labels of maturity, right? Because we don't just want to draw on like super mature published authoritative content, but actually on SharePoint content. So we want to have different color coding or grading of levels of maturity. And that, of course, also requires safety. I mean, psychological safety in the organization, that people feel comfortable sharing their not yet perfect finished work, but that they see this as an opportunity of enrichment through other colleagues. So, and I think with that, Kadra, it's your point now to jump in and talk about what ADB Genie can do with the authoritative content that you are feeding into it.
Thank you.
That looks very complicated already.
That was purposely done, Suzanne. So thank you very much. And it's great to see a lot of colleagues here in person. So before, I guess, we talk about the content, just wanted to maybe share a little bit around the how part. And I tell you why that is important, because I think during this week, you've heard a lot of acronyms about large language models. You've heard about small language models. You've heard about how powerful they can potentially be. But in the context of ADB, and I'm emphasizing Genie, ADB Gen AI custom platform, and I'm emphasizing the word custom, purely because we're now in a position to support an array number of use cases at ADB, which are custom in the context of ADB. And we're doing that, and the reason why I said it's complex, we don't have to read anything on that slide. I will just quickly summarize. Think of the inputs dimension. These will also relate to the type of use cases that we can potentially onboard. We now have the capabilities to work with text, images, maps, especially if we think in the context of climate and the type of use cases we want to work with, to leverage the capabilities of the large language models. And then the other dimension is the models. This entire week, the experts have talked about the LLMs and how powerful they are. And what we are doing in the context of the lab is we're looking at at least the top performing models and evaluating and benchmarking those against depending on the array of use cases that we are seeing at ADB. So I think that's important to mention, because we're no longer just leveraging things out of the box. And I think that will give a lot of reassurance to a lot of the colleagues here that actually we are taking this in the most responsible way. And the other inputs, and I think, Susan, you talked about this, and colleagues here talked about, is the specialist domain context. That's I would say, is ADB's secret recipe or ingredient. You need the domain experts to be part of that conversation, and not only be part of it, to lead that conversation in terms of what goes in. You know, at the moment we're working with specialists, whether it's in the climate and disaster risk, whether it's safeguarding, getting that secret sauce or that recipe and that universe to work with us to be able to do that. And then all that is wrapped around the responsible AI framework. So I think we are doing it responsibly, but we also acknowledge that we have to move in a way that we can scale very, very quickly. I'm referring to that, the Genie engine, but this powers up the agent concept that you see on the other side. All of the stuff that we put in, think of as the interpretation and the reasoning side of things, the workflow generation, and the workflow execution. That's essentially what we're talking about when we talk about the agents and the learning and the inputs that go in. And just to, 30 seconds, maybe 2 seconds on this, but if you look at the agents, we have about 5 agents powering up 7 Genie applications. And that's the scaling concept that we were talking about. Stephanie, I was glad to hear that one of the top use cases relate to the generation of content and the research lens. So we have 2 agents for that. And what that means for ADB colleagues is that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. The plumbing work has been done to address these types of use cases, but you come with a domain expert, and we can help you build from that. And next slide, quickly. And then I think I will address the question that you asked on the what is Genie. So Genie is the custom platform. The application, one of the 7 applications that you've seen is on Genie Research Assistant. And this is powered by those 2 agents. The features and functionalities are very consistent across the board, what Matt talked about in terms of what Copilot can do, what Navigator can do, features and functionality, that they're all there. The key difference here is we're just customizing it for whether it's a domain context, whether it's a thematic context, whether it's an ADB context, and building that capability. Genie so far has been what we call an early release. So we've released it to ADB colleagues and especially to those colleagues who've been part of the specialists helping us build these agents. So we have approximately 200 plus pilot users. Large chunk of those users are those domain specialists. I will probably stop there, and you can see we've got about 95,000 of ADB universe. So that's mean documents. I'm not saying curated, because I think this should be used in a way as a researcher. Typically how you would use a tool like Genie is how you would use any other research tool. But this is in the context of ADB. I will stop there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So we got an overview already. Copilot for the individual use, Navigator, the collective brain to which you all contribute and which you can use as staff of ADB, and as a civil servant, it is your responsibility to share your knowledge as public good with everyone. And then we have Genie for research. That's basically your analyst, right? A group of analysts, a research team. So let's look at the questions now here. One question is, will Genie be available? Okay, so that's a good question, because we're getting now into the differentiated use cases. If Genie is available, do we still need Copilot?
I like to think of the term, we have generalist and specialist. Think of how you apply that to your coworkers and human beings. It's almost like asking the question, why do we need a specialist if we have a generalist who can do everything? So Copilot is your generalist. Think about when you ask a question, the body of information it's looking at is the entire internet or all of your ADB information. That's a massive haystack. And Microsoft has to design this thing so it works for every organization across the globe. So it's very much a high-level generalist with not a lot of capability for customization. I think of Genie as your specialist that's highly customized for ADB.
No additional comment. I think you summarized it really well. Absolutely.
Okay, so then the next good question here is, I can see all of you are really thinking about how you'll use it, is, will the Navigator in Genie access the same sources of information and content?
Right now, they're using separate collections because the purpose of the tools is slightly different. Navigator is your ADB assistant. So Navigator should come up with the ADB answer of information, with the authoritative information. You can ask it about the staff instructions. You can ask it about the authoritative source of sector information, for example. Whereas Genie looks a little bit wider and might have multiple versions of the same document, which is good for research, but not necessarily if you want to have the authoritative answer of it. Kadra?
Yeah, no, I just to add to that, I think to the users, ADB staff, think of it as you've got a toolkit and you've got a number of tools that are available for a different scenario or context. So we talked about Copilot, which is my personal assistant. I use it all the time. And I can't imagine not using it because I'm just so accustomed to getting the meeting minutes, helping me navigate what I need. And Knowledge Navigator, to me, it's as an employee, what would I need, right? So it's different use cases, features and functionality, absolutely similar, could be similar, it doesn't really matter. But the sources and I would say the reason for using which tool for what purpose is the focus. In terms of source, I think Knowledge Navigator and Genie are closely aligned, maybe more like a sibling. So I would say if I was an ADB staff, I would start my journey with Knowledge Navigator, and Knowledge Navigator will palm me off. And if I need to go out in the world and perform additional research, get additional, from a researcher, I don't know what I'm looking for, but I'm trying to build, for example, a good example is an RRP, right? So an RRP can start internally from a search perspective, but you add a concept note, then you go outside of ADB and then you get external sources. Think of them working in unison. At the moment, you may see them as kind of separate tools, but it should be seamless. They should be palming off to each other in the back end without really impacting the user experience. So that's something that we're working through.
Yeah, maybe one additional point. So the Navigator draws on and will draw on SharePoint. So it's a real-time tool. It's not some kind of ring-fenced collection sitting somewhere in the cloud in the future. So it's really trying to leverage all that content that is in SharePoint and also create then incentives for people to really use SharePoint, and what you create in Navigator, you can feed it back into SharePoint. So it's also that constant enrichment of all of you enhancing this, this collaboration. Maybe, let me see here, there are a few more questions, and that is best for you, maybe. Will the Navigator be available to the external world?
Well, for now, it's internal, purely internal for ADB staff, because the content collection, as mentioned by Susan, is SharePoint.
Okay, good. So it's really an internal powered knowledge.
But one thing
engine.
to add to that is the content that is available to Navigator is content that is available to everybody in ADB. We're not, for now, we are not touching anything confidential or anything restricted, because we want to make sure that the answer that comes up doesn't surface all kinds of things that you shouldn't know about. So that's important as well. And that's part of the whole curation, to make sure that we have content that's really available to everybody in ADB.
So here's another good question, and maybe Matt, you can answer to that, and that is, how do we make sure staff isn't utterly confused about all these different tools, where to find them, how to integrate them, documents in different places? How will we create a seamless staff experience of all these tools?
I think we'll have to do a lot of education. Even with as basic as a tool Copilot is, we still get a lot of questions that show that, oh, there's really a foundational amount of knowledge that's missing in the workforce that will come over time. I hope most of you have heard of ADB Indigo. ADB Indigo is our training platform that we have, and we will be launching modules for all three of these products on the ADB Indigo platform, and we'll be inviting all of our staff to go to Indigo and help self-educate on what these tools are, what they're used for. If we use the analogy of tools, you have a hammer and a screwdriver, you have nails and you have screws. You know, at first glance, somebody who's never done any kind of work on that, they may not know when to use what, but over time, as they get to know the tools, they understand, oh, this is clearly for a screwdriver, this is clearly for a hammer. That will happen with our workforce over time. Then the last thing I'll say is, this is just the beginning. Generative AI is going to insert itself in every single product that we use. Today, we feel a bit caught off guard or confused because we have these three sitting on the panel here. 5 years from now, it's going to be every single tool that you touch will have a generative AI engine behind it.
Yes?
I just want to add on that, with regards to Navigator, because what we envision for the Navigator is the main gateway, main gate to different doors of different AI tools, so that people will not be confused. So that's what we envisioned for the Knowledge Navigator. So you can just go to one, and then it can connect you with different AI tools that we have in ADB.
Okay, okay. Any more questions from the audience here? I think I covered most of them which came in online, but any other burning questions here? Anyone wish to say something? Can come up here. Okay, good. So then let's move into a bit into the future, and let's hear from Agnes, who's working with many different companies, private and also public sector, on search, right, and improving the enterprise to enable AI. So Agnes, can you share with us a little bit what's happening in the outside world, outside of ADB, things that are remarkable, and how do you see the workplace changing?
Yes, thank you, Susan. Good morning, everyone. I would use a different word than search in this case, although it's even in the name of the company I work with. But I prefer to use the word findability instead of search, because that describes much better that we are talking about. We are not talking about the search box and the confusion that the search box gives us almost every time we use in SharePoint. And I'm not just talking about ADB experience, but it's everywhere. All organizations have the same problem, that finding information is very hard. And when I say findability, that really across all the tools and all the ways we find information. It could be the search box, yes, it could be Google, but it could be also an AI tool. There are so many ways we find information. Sometimes we talk with each other, sometimes we go to Microsoft Teams. So it's a lot of collaboration, it's a lot of different ways how we find information. But with that, it's also important that the information we need needs to be accessible and needs to be processable for us humans, but also for the AI tools. And we already discussed, and actually everyone talked about the importance of the content, the importance of the quality of the content, the metadata, the curation, how we structure, how we organize the content. And usually what I see and what I always like to say and emphasize is that everything that is hard to find for us humans is also hard to process for AI. So if you need and if you want good quality from any of those AI tools we are talking about, and I'm not just talking about these three that are represented here, but all the others everywhere in the present, in the future, the key is the quality behind, the quality of the content behind the AI tools. So this is why it's important to talk about content curation. This is why it's important to talk about sharing, how you share content, where you store your content, whether you consider the content being yours and keeping it on your laptop's hard drive versus sharing on SharePoint or other tools. It's all important. Susan also mentioned the taxonomy, the importance of taxonomy, the importance of having one unified vocabulary of the bank, using the same expressions, using the same words, so that us humans can also find easier, but also the AI tools. The other important thing about those AI tools is that, yes, they help us to find information much faster. And there is a common worry that I can see across all the agencies and public and private organizations I work with is the fear of whether AI would replace me in my job. That's very common. That's a human behavior. It was with us hundreds of years ago with the Industrial Revolution. It is with us today with all those AI tools as well. I would say that all those AI tools should be considered as your assistant and not your replacement. And this is a very important thing. The AI tools are very good with retrieving and finding information much faster and in a much bigger scale as we can do. So just imagine if Matt mentioned a colleague who he wanted to gather all the interactions with. If you need to go through hundreds of emails and Teams chat and WhatsApp chats and conversations and documents and everything, that is very time consuming. The AI tools can do that for you for seconds. This is one thing. so they can retrieve information, and also they can find patterns for you much faster. So they are really like an assistant. But at the same time, the AI tools cannot replace your creativity, your human value. It's just impossible. So just imagine all of those tools as you have a new assistant. And yes, we need to have the assistant with good quality content. We have to train this assistant, but this assistant is not going to replace us human beings. And looking beyond ADB, every organization, all the similar institutions, all the public sector institutions, I work with a couple of organizations in the European Union as well, they are all piloting different types of AI agents. In the back office as well, there are a lot of projects for supporting reporting, for supporting similar things that the Knowledge Navigator does. Copilot is available for all organizations. Some of them started to use that. Some of them started to use Copilot, some of them not yet, some of them already planning to do the pilots. But also what I can see is there are more and more very specific applications. And we see the same thing here with these 3 applications. But just imagine this in a much larger scale. There are AI applications for the transportation. There are AI applications for education. There are AI applications for the mining industry. Very, very specific things. At the same thing, if you want to imagine this today, how it looks like, just imagine how you use your phone. Your phone already contains and has much more AI than you would ever think. All the apps that you use on your phone, when you navigate, you use AI. When you purchase something online, you use AI. All those recommendations, if you select a book, if you select a bag, a handbag to purchase, you get all those recommendations. That's AI. The traffic information, when you book a flight, anything, all those applications, even when you edit a photo on your phone, that uses AI. Okay, so AI is here in the present, not only in the work environment, but also in your personal life, even if you do not recognize it. And with that, more and more of those specific personalized applications and more industry-specific applications are there in the healthcare, education, energy, transportation. We can see a lot. And it's very important that all of those applications would support the same purposes, the same goals, or aim to support the same goals: innovation, efficiency, and inclusion. And of course, within those 3 categories, there are so many more. But it is important that as we move forward, we will have more and more with that.
So Agnes, we have a few questions for you here.
Okay, already.
And one is here, so with your extensive experience, so a few questions here for Agnes, and I know you can continue sharing your experience, and there's
I can talk about it for 3 days.
of your experience here. Is one challenge, Agnes, what have you seen in terms of organizations introducing new tools, maybe too early before they are perfect? What are the risks?
Show me one perfect application.
So perfect is not a state of action and learning.
I believe that perfect actually we are talking about philosophical questions and not technology, because perfect, I believe, does not exist. It can be good enough or it can be not good enough. Yeah. What is good enough is also a personal thing. Something that might be good enough for me might be terrible for you, right? So I don't believe that we have to wait until something is perfect or until something is super, 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 super amazingly good. As soon as we reach the point when it is good enough for something, and again, it doesn't have to be good for everything. Here we can see the differences. Copilot is generic. Is it perfect? No, it's not. But it's generic, it's good for many different things. We have the Knowledge Navigator, which is specialized something on curated content. At the moment, not all the ADB content yet. Is it perfect? No, it's not. It does not answer all your ADB-related questions, but it is good enough within the scope of the Knowledge Navigator. The same with Genie. Can Genie answer all your questions? No. But if you know what you can use Genie, then it is more than good enough already.
Thank you. I think important point, and I want to ask this everyone here, and that is, it's not perfect, it's good enough, but it gets better. So how do you see the learning aspect of our AI tools evolving? How fast will they learn, and what may we be able to do in the future? Matt, you have the first.
Sure. So one nice thing about a packaged product like Microsoft Copilot is behind the scenes on a regular basis, they're upgrading the brain or the engine behind it. And I had a meeting with them yesterday, the product team in Washington, and they were telling me that just this month, they upgraded the brain of Copilot, which is a version of GPT, to the latest version. And after they did that, they found that the responses in many instances were coming back 3 or 4 times faster, and they were giving side-by-side demos of the quality of the responses coming back. From our perspective, we did nothing. We just went to sleep and we woke up one morning and it was better, smarter, faster. So it's an exciting space to be in.
Okay, so the learning is continuously happening, especially on speed. Kadra, how do you see the learning of Genie?
So
Genie becomes genius?
Absolutely. No, not perfect. But just
Genius might not be perfect.
not yet. But maybe if I can answer that question, maybe 2 lenses. One is what Matt was talking about in terms of the technology side. So that's where I think custom helps us a little bit more, where we can actually do a research on the key components and features that are coming out, and how do we onboard that very quickly. The other piece is on the content side, and this is where the expert comes in, similar to what you were saying, right? It might be good enough for me, but is it good enough for the sector experts who are expecting Genie to answer and give concise, at least good enough response to their level of expert level, right? So I think that, to me, I would say it will be good enough for them, but the investment has to come from them. The time has to come from them to help us provide those feedback. The way that we're doing with Genie is we've got a thumbs up and we've got a comment section that we can automate the learning pieces and help with that process, but someone needs to go in and take and explain why they think this response is incorrect.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How does Navigator learn?
I see 3 things. The first one is we talked about the content. We're expanding the curated collections of content across ADB. We're also improving the taxonomy behind it, because that's a living thing as well. The vocabularies that we use in ADB evolve over time as well. So the content and the data that goes into Navigator will improve over time. So that will improve the tool. So that's one thing. We talked about the feedback mechanism. Very important for everybody to provide the feedback. Was this good or was this not good? Simple thumbs up, thumbs down, 2 seconds. But it helps a lot to find the answers that we collectively think are better. So I think that's an important piece as well. And the last, Matt also alluded to it. Currently, we are using the latest and greatest on AI engines. Tomorrow, there will be a better one. And yeah, we'll put that in as well. So tools improve over time through all these 3 factors, I think.
Beth?
In addition to that, I think the most important is the role of the human, our role, because for example, for the Navigator, it will depend on the quality of content that we feed into the Navigator. So we have a role to organize our content, to use SharePoint, not your laptops, not your OneDrive. So it's very important that we also contribute to the Knowledge Navigator. So it will depend on the content, interaction of the Navigator, of the AI tool too.
So there was one question on that, and that is actually someone is asking, it's so difficult for us to store, share, and name our content properly. Can AI tools help with that too? And what's happening in that space? And I think, Patrick, that's a question for you, because you're also managing the records management project together with our work on SharePoint improvement. Yeah, how are we leveraging AI tools to clean up some of our stuff?
Yeah, so the way we are using SharePoint and ADB, we manage it inconsistently. There are areas that are very well managed, ready almost to be ingested into a tool like Navigator. And there are areas where, well, undiplomatically said, that's just a big mess. And everything in between. So what we are doing both with the Navigator project, the track 1, where we're getting our content ready, we're also working with CSD on improving the way we are managing our records. Records are evidence of important things that we have done. Think about them as final documents, final content. So we're working on actually identifying those, and that will be important as well, because those would be ready to be ingested into Navigator. This is a record, which means that it's a final document which contains the authoritative truth of something. It has been approved. Okay, fine, that can go directly into the Navigator.
So this would be automated, right? That was the question. Was really, yes, we will automate a lot of these processes. You will not have to sit there and go through 5 years of your material on OneDrive and moving, well, we'll have to move it yourself to SharePoint, but organizing in SharePoint, some machine or someone will help.
Yeah, absolutely. On top of that, we can build this into some of the tools we have. Once something has been approved in the management approval system, it becomes a record and it can go to the Navigator immediately. So, and there are many more of those examples where we can actually embed it in our workflows and processes. And on top of that, to be able to identify something as a record, that should be something because it's stored at a certain place or because it's has gone through a certain workflow, it becomes a record. On top of that, people can always declare a record by themselves, but that should never be really mandatory.
Okay, thank you. Burning question here, I got several from you guys on that, is we are working on climate change. Carbon footprints is something we have to think about as an organization. How do we think about the carbon footprint of AI, of the responsible use of AI? Are we now using AI for all kinds of things that might not be necessary to use them for? How do we balance? How large is the footprint? Maybe, Kadra, you can answer to that.
You give me the most difficult question. Okay, so I think I'm going back to, I think my complicated slide will make a lot of sense now, because one of the things is these models will, so if you think about, and you don't have to show it, by the way, because it's going to take me off track. But what I was going to say is, if you think about the custom approach that we were thinking through, right? We want to build models that are affordable, right? And we have to think about our responsibility as ADB being a climate bank. So given that consideration, we know that there is a lot of effort that goes into, a lot of learning, a lot of processing power that goes into build even these foundational models. So the question is at some point, would ADB need to create its own, let's say, custom model for climate? That could be an example. And we have to kind of balance that with the need to be the domain specialist and expert in that particular area versus the cost of maintaining and building these models from scratch. So I think that's a trade-off. That's a discussion that continues to go on. And I think at some point we have to kind of bring that to the table. These are the pros and cons, and this is one of the reasons why we should and shouldn't do it. But yes, that's a key consideration, especially as we think about the responsible AI framework and what are, one of the key pillars there is thou shall not do harm, but maybe harm avoidance is the right word, right? So harm avoidance on people and planet.
So we are thinking about it.
So we're thinking about it.
We will count it. We will count it. Will we count it?
Would we?
Will we count the carbon footprint that we
with
the use of AI?
I think this is a conversation that's wider than just me from a technical side, but that's the key. That's the key discussions that we would have to put on the table.
Okay, thank you. So we're running out of time. Last question.
Yeah.
What can AI really do that we can't do as humans? Matt.
I think we talked about it earlier, the good example that Agnes gave of when you have to cull through a mountain of information and look for patterns and find the needles in the haystack. We don't have the time or the capacity, so AI can...
Identifying patterns across large amounts of structured and unstructured data.
Yeah, it can do things at scale that humans cannot, even groups of humans cannot. It's as simple as that. Finding something in a million documents, AI can do it like this. Humans cannot do that. It's not even possible to do it.
Agnes?
And also what I would like to add is AI has access to things that you don't even know exist. So it's not only retrieving my own knowledge, it's not only, oh, I remember I did something 10 years ago and I have it somewhere on my laptop or on paper or in my notebook, but also it has access to the same collective information, not the private notebook, not the private laptop, not your private OneDrive for others, but the collective information. And this is why the governance, and this is why structuring the information and knowledge that you have is so important, so that we give access to the AI tools for that. So that, a little bit oversimplifying, but if I ask a question from an AI tool, it does not only remember the things that I should remember, but also I can have access to the knowledge from Susan or Matt or Kadra or anyone in the room that you made accessible for those AI tools.
Kadra, you want to just share what excites you most about what AI can do, what we can't?
Yeah, well, I think it starts off with AI becoming better at mimicking human intelligence. I think we talked a lot about that. And I think we're going to slowly, at some point, move away from giving AI the manual, repetitive automation task. It will do things better than we can. And it's not just about collection, it's really just also a little bit around the thinking part. And I think it's just getting us to a state where we, human and machines working together. Yeah. I think that, to me, is exciting and really getting this space for us to be creative. There will be a new way of reimagining the way that we work, and that, I'm excited about that, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are on the top of the hour. I saw still questions coming in. I think the key takeaway message here today is the AI tools that we use in ADB are only as good as you are able to organize the content, that you are able to enrich what comes out of the AI, that you are interacting with the AI, so you play an important part. Always remember, the machines, the AI, were created by humans. Okay, at the end, it's our collaborative intelligence coming together. It's a great way to collaborate. We will be on a journey. It won't be perfect, so if you interact with them, you might be disappointed in the beginning, but maybe that's similar to any interactions you also have with humans, right? You get to know them, you find what they know, they learn from you, you learn together, it's teamwork. So see these tools as new team members that will make it easier for you to spend more time on dialogues, on debates, on critical thinking. And where I personally see the future of AI and the work in ADB is really connecting our silos, the sectors and themes, and use AI to find the best possible solutions driven by evidence and data. And I think that's where we want to get to. So last call for action, please visit the booth outside so you can interact with the different tools. Also, please contact Matt, Kadra, Patrick, Bess, and also Agnes, of course, anytime if you want to learn more, if you want to get more guidance, and join us on this journey. And thank you very much to ITD, Stephanie, Ozair, and of course I want to mention also CSD. Gustavo isn't here today, but very strong collaborations with Gustavo and the information management team. And I think now everyone is realizing that while AI might be the next sexy thing that's coming, actually it all depends on how well we here collaborate and how we organize our content and information. And all of that is public good because you're all civil servants. So thank you very much. Thank you all for this panel.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Please join us for a coffee break outside and see you back here at 11.
It's actually. Let me check.
situation. But this book really takes a look at information and AI, and I want to talk about AI in terms of elections and so many other things. But really, why don't we start with its impact on the financial market, since that's the world we live in. Yeah. How do you think it's going to change things? And most of this book argues that actually that AI is very dangerous. Is there a possibility that, at least in the financial world, it's helpful?
It's not a question of helpful or dangerous. It's the magnitude of the change. I mean, basically, if today, how many people understand the financial system? Less than 1% of humanity, I think, would be a fair guess. So in 10 years, it could be exactly zero. I mean,
because we're not going to understand what's actually happening behind the scenes.
Yes, because AI will take over more and more of the managerial jobs in finance and will start inventing new financial devices, which are orders of magnitude more complicated than anything we know today. And it's just beyond the human capacity. I mean, finance is the ideal playing ground for AI because it's a purely informational and mathematical realm. To put a self-driving car on the road is very difficult, as we've learned in the last 10 years, because you need to interact with physical reality and social reality. But in the financial system, it's just numbers. You just tell the AI, make as many dollars as you can, and it can invent new strategies and new financial devices that people have difficulty understanding and therefore regulating.
What do you think of most of the algorithms that are working today in the markets? Mm-hmm. Because most of it is trying to predict, or at least play off of, the sentiment, right? The way everybody's thinking. Yeah. But you're saying that the thinking part of it is going to diminish.
On the one hand, to diminish. On the other hand, the ability of AIs to manipulate humans will increase, to manipulate our attention. And this is the key thing to understand about AI. It's not a tool in our hands. It's an agent. It's an independent agent making decisions, inventing new things. And therefore, it has a potential to change every area. Finance, the military, religion, in ways that we never saw before in history. We never created an agent. Everything we created before was just a tool.
This is a business show, but you think it's going to change religion?
Yes.
How so?
Think about a holy text that can talk back to you. I mean, humans have been dreaming about texts created by a superhuman intelligence throughout history. But all the texts that they created so far, like the Bible or the Quran or whatever, they couldn't talk back. You always needed humans to interpret them. Now you can have a text created by a superhuman intelligence that can talk back to you, and that can interpret itself if you don't understand something in the text.
This AI tool will create a stunning ebook direct from your content, whether it's a Microsoft Word document or a Google document, or even if you just have an idea.
All right, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We've got a really great panel ahead of us on AI and climate change. It's my pleasure to invite Mark Lepage onto the stage, who will introduce the rest of the speakers.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. It's a hard hack to follow after Yuval on this, but it's my real pleasure to invite my guest panelists on stage. I'll give them a due introduction in a minute, but if I can ask Uni to please join us on stage. Please give her a round of applause. Paolo, also. Eve Gonzalez from Google, please join me on stage. Belinda should be joining us any minute, I believe. So as soon as she's on board, I'll ask her to join. And I believe we've got Professor Yongsang Chai online. Prof, are you with us online?
Yes.
Yes, we can see you. I hope you can hear us. Thank you so much for joining us remotely. So this is sort of a continuation of earlier sessions that we've had in the last few days on the AI current use at ADB. We've heard some really interesting discussion from experts with their view on the current status of AI, but also the future on AI and how it has implications at many different levels for our DMCs, the DMCs that we serve in the region. There was Belinda, if I can please ask you to come on stage. Sorry to put you on the spot, but yes, we'll have a complete panel then. Talked about AI frameworks, ethical consideration around AI, very important. But this session will sort of shift the gears a little bit and combine the role that AI already has and can play, combined with ADB's ambition to scale up climate finance. We know that we want to position ADB as the leading climate bank in the region. So this is what this session will be all about. We'll hear from innovative solutions related to greenhouse gas emission, how AI can play a role in better investing in climate adaptation in the region, and how there are some interesting consideration in terms of energy and carbon footprint for AI. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce you the first speaker of this panel, Yves Gonzalez, who's the head of government affairs and public policy at Google. We've been engaging with Yves on many different areas of common interest. He's leading efforts for the Philippines, Cambodia, and Laos at Google Government Affairs and Public Policy. It works with government stakeholders and civil society in pursuit of Google's mission to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. He's part of Google's Asia-Pacific AI Working Group, engaging with government and civil society stakeholders on the responsible use of AI. So Yves, I'd like you to start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. So thank you for the honor of presenting here today. So again, I'm Yves Gonzalez. I head government affairs for Google in the Philippines, Cambodia, and Laos. But also particularly, I am your point of contact for Google. So if anyone from ADB, you want anything from Google, you will talk to me so that I can link you up with the right people. I will not be a gatekeeper, but rather a synthesizer, so that on the Google side, as many teams from the Google side are working with the ADB, I'm here to find synthesis and cohesion so that we don't, waste some efforts. And just a little bit of trivia before I start. The first encounter I had with the ADB was I was traffic director for the Metro Manila Development Authority in 2012, and the ADB had its general membership meeting. And so I was responsible for making sure that all of the governors got to your venues at the PICC and the ADB office. And that was really like the first time I said, this is the ADB. So now I'm honored to present to you some of the work that Google is doing on climate change, and basically on how we can use AI to make an impact on this very insurmountable challenge that we have. So the first project that I wanted to share with you today. So let's first start with the sky. So Google Research is working with American Airlines on how we can use AI to reduce the impacts of contrails that travel. And so what are contrails, right? So if you think about it, when you look at the sky and we see an airplane and we see a cloud, a white line behind the airplane, most of the time we look at it and we just think, okay, that's nothing. But actually, interestingly enough, contrails are actually 35% of the cause of emissions of warming from the airline industry. So in a study, it was seen that 35%, basically 35% of the warming of the airline industry is caused by contrails. So how does this work? So basically, contrails, when an airplane passes through a humid area, a place of humidity, the airplane causes the contrails to form, and these contrails actually trap heat. So instead of the heat naturally dissipating to the sky, the heat is stuck there for hours. And so again, as mentioned, this has the effect of creating more warmth. And so again, as in a study, 35% of the warming from the airline industry is from contrails. So again, the challenge for us is how can we reduce the contrails from airplanes, but of course, most importantly, in a fuel-efficient manner? Because it's not just a matter of avoiding the creation of contrails, but actually doing it in a fuel-efficient manner. And so how this works is that we use a combination of satellite data, weather data, and flight maps to suggest to our partners, so in this particular study with American Airlines, how they could plan a route, a flight route that would minimize the contrails that's being created, but at the same time, again, focusing on not adding unnecessary fuel expenses, because it wouldn't make sense to reduce the contrails, but then adding fuel consumption, right? And so in our initial work together with American Airlines, the results speak for themselves. So in the work that we did with American Airlines over, I think, 70 pilot aircraft, test aircrafts, we were able to reduce emissions by 54%, contrails by 54% in the demo flights, so 54% in the demo flights. Most importantly, doing the math, the fuel usage added by avoiding the paths where the contrails would form was only 0.3%. So again, doing the math, computing the cost of fuel, computing the impact of what the use of that AI technology was giving, we were able to arrive at a number of only about $5 to $25 per ton of CO2 equivalent to reduce the contrails. So this suggests that there is potential for this technology in a sense that it is a cheap way to actually reduce the CO2 emissions in the sky. So how are we scaling this up? So in Europe, we are now partnering with Eurocontrol, which is responsible for the safety of the European skies, to provide. We'll be providing the technology to them, and they'll be providing aircraft flying through the European airspace with information on how they could avoid the contrails. So basically, the flight paths now, it's not just a matter of the shortest route, but rather actually taking into consideration avoiding the creation of contrails. So that's number one. Let's see the video. Okay. I'm not sure if this will play, so let me go to number two. So the second thing I wanted to share with you today is Mineral. So Mineral is a part of the Alphabet group of companies. So I'm sure some of you have not heard of what Mineral is. So Mineral is one of our, in a sense, it was born at X, which is our incubation lab. Eventually, it became an Alphabet company. And so the objective of Mineral is to actually help in the creation of increase the resiliency, productivity, and sustainability of the global food supply. And so that's the mission of Mineral, and they're using AI to do this. So in order to feed the world's population, there's a study that says that we now need to produce more in the next 50 years than how much food we've produced in the past 10,000 years. So again, there is such a challenge to produce more food. And there's a study that if we don't do anything by 2050, which is about 26 years from now, we'll run out of food. And so Mineral is looking at this problem and figuring out how can we use AI to solve this big challenge. And so what does Mineral do? So Mineral is focusing on three things. So basically, it develops the sensing technology. So there is a Mineral rover that takes pictures of the plants. And basically the Mineral rover, gathers the data, collects the data, takes photos of the plants. And then they organize agricultural data from diverse sources to build AI algorithms. And then once the AI algorithm is there, they conduct further research with partners on how they could make the plants more sustainable. Mineral looks at the characteristics of the plants, whether there's pests, whether there's presence of weeds, whether the plants are already ripe or yielding. So using the rover, Mineral takes pictures and basically maps out the world's food supply. And so far, the numbers show that Mineral has taken about 800 million images of plants. And now from these 800 million images, we've basically mapped 10% of the global farmland and analyzed by Mineral. And so it looks at 120 plant characteristics and basically models out. So once it's able to do this, it's able to create a model in 7 to 21 days and gives it to the partner and basically provides these insights to our partners so that they could make adjustments on how they plant and basically making the food supply system more resilient, more sustainable, and more productive. And then finally, 2 minutes. So this is the mineral rover. So it goes around the farmlands, takes millions of photos. You can imagine that 800 million photos, you definitely need AI to be able to process those images. And then finally, of course, close to my heart is Project Greenlight. So Project Greenlight is Google using Google Maps information, working with partners on the ground to optimize the traffic signaling systems in our city partners. So with Project Greenlight, we've seen that a lot of the emissions, a lot of the pollution are actually coming from intersections. So when you're driving along EDSA Ortigas, the pollution there is high, especially as the longer you're waiting for your light to turn green. And so what Project Greenlight does is actually uses Google Maps data that we already are collecting from people driving through the roads, and suggests to our partners on how they could optimize the timing of their traffic light. So instead of 30 seconds, why don't you try 20 seconds? Why don't you try 40 seconds? And after the partner in the ground actually implements those changes, we provide the partner with the results of that experiment. And so basically with Project Greenlight, we're able to save cities, our partners, from the large infrastructure costs for sensors, for timing lights, and all of these things, to basically use AI to try to improve the overall pollution reduction in each of the intersections in cities. And what we've seen is that we've seen 10% reduction in emissions in stops at intersections. It's currently live at about 70 intersections and 14 cities globally. And then we're looking at the numbers. We're able to reduce car rides monthly by 30 million by making the overall traffic at intersections more efficient and more effective. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yves. And so that colleague knows, we are indeed talking to Google about this Project Greenlight in the context of our support to here, the Philippines. Thank you very much. I would like to ask our next presenter, Dr. Che, to join us online. So Professor and CEO Young-Sung Chai is a professor at climate physics in the Department of Climate and Energy Systems Engineering at the Ewha Women's University in Korea. He's also the CEO of Rainbird Geo, a social venture utilizing satellite remote sensing technology and disaster prediction algorithms to proactively alert and manage climate risk. His research deals with climate change and various global environmental issues. Recently, he spearheaded projects such as the Climate Risk Management Modeling Project for major Korean private companies. Additionally, he leads an ADB project to create a heat wave early warning system using satellite technology, improving heat wave resilience for Cambodian women. So, Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for your introduction. Can you see my screen? Yes. Yeah, I'd like to introduce our project as well, and also I would like to point out the AI technology could be very useful to make the gender responsive early warning system in Southeast Asia. Okay, we focus on heat, extreme heat especially. We have many indexes in climate physical point of view, and especially I think most of index shows the extreme heat events increasing. Well, the number of events are increasing, especially here, Southeast Asia, and I think it's a very serious problem. Well, there's growing research that the heat wave is not only just one single hazard event, but it is strongly coupled with drought. We call this compound hazard, compound drought and hot extremes. Its characteristics, drivers, changes, impacts are now very hot ongoing research topic. From our research lab, we've noticed that extreme heat events in Southeast Asia, especially, typically start and end due to the changes in insolation. Insolation means incoming solar radiation, which is actually controlled by cloud amount. And we've classified the heat events into the two types. Long events. Long events means it's pretty long, like a week event. Extremely long event is like a month taking events. And the two clear differences, the red lines. The red line means net short wave. So short wave, the amount is the most important thing to start and stop the heat event. So I think it's very clear that we have to predict cloud. Well, the clouds are formed and dissipated by the atmospheric motions, and we use AI technology to simulate the atmospheric motions. It's not by us, it's by NVIDIA. The left figure shows the NVIDIA's most recent AI Earth simulations, simulator results. And the right figure shows ground truth. It is surprising that the AI model are quite, very, simulate the Earth's atmosphere in all over the world very realistically. But however, I can also criticize also this AI model, the performance, especially for the tropics where the Philippines and other many developing countries are located. Well, we still have a clear limit here that AI cannot simulate the small turbulences, which actually makes the thunderstorms. That's called tropical Kelvin waves. Small temporarily changing the turbulence cannot be captured by AI. It's just still very difficult. The major reason the AI fails to capture these waves and clouds and thunderstorms and even the resulting heavy rains and lightning, something like that. All this problem is because the AI didn't yet use the satellite data fully. Here's a geostationary satellite. Geostationary satellite observed the Earth at the fixed point or with the same rotation or speed with as Earth's rotation speed. And from the geostationary satellite, we can see the whole Asia, Southeast Asia, and not only Korea but also many others, and Australia here. And you can see the cloud movement, and all the details. So the geostationary satellite can capture the very fast change in cloud so that we can also predict the heat wave and other weather phenomena. And as I pointed out, the tropical Kelvin waves and thunderstorms and fast formation of clouds are captured actually in geostationary satellites. So we can actually train this one using the AI, the models. Okay, so this is the trend in our field, and most of the research focus on heat wave prediction. So weather and climate event side, it's called a hazard. But now I think the extreme heat risk matters. Risk means something else. Risk is a combination of hazard, also vulnerability and exposure. The vulnerability and exposures are actually very unknown. And the vulnerability means the women and children and seniors, disabled, they're more vulnerable than other groups. Exposure means highly populated cities and especially outdoor such, something like that. So all the combinations are very necessary to predict the financial, especially also the human loss, the risks. So the loss function cost function between daily maximum temperature and lows should be cannot be made without the vulnerability and exposure. There are also many studies I noticed, and exposure study in Asia here, and climate effect is less than population interaction effect. Interaction means climate and population interaction. So exposure and vulnerability, and Africa is more. So in fact, African climate, rather than African climate changes, population changes and interaction effect could be more. So exposure is very important. And in Southeast Asia, the interaction effects are dominant than the climate effect itself. So we not only focus on hazard, but also have to focus on also understanding exposure and vulnerability. There is an AGU announcement that recent research shows the lowest income quarter of the global population will face exposure to heat waves, equivalent to the exposure faced by the other 3 quarters. Okay, our group is now focusing on the woman's vulnerability. The right figure shows the evening commute scene near the factory in Phnom Penh, Cambodian capital. And the woman quite vulnerable than men as to the heat waves. They have physical limits and also the occupational differences and the cultural differences. We need to consider all of this. Our project with the ADB gender team has just studied technically address these needs, focusing on Cambodian women. And I want to summarize my talk today, very short talk today. Until now, there has already been significant research on hazard aspect, but connecting this hazard to risk remains unexplored territory. Now we need to utilize AI to understand the overall framework of climate risk, especially focusing on exposure and the vulnerability. We plan to collaborate the ADB gender team to collect the data and train the AI models on aspects where the woman feel discomfort in order to create gender responsive early warning system. In detail, I'm gonna use our early warning mobile app, and so that the women's and the men's they can give some basic informations, their ages and genders and anything, and then we will track the human behaviors. And we will develop disaster, based on that, we will develop disaster alert method and post-event action guidelines, especially tailored for the woman through analysis, based on the careful assessment in response of the gender differences in response to heat waves. Yeah, I would like to stop my talk today here. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. Choi. Very interesting. Our next speaker is our own colleague from ADB. Paolo served as the Senior Digital Technology Specialist in the CCSD department. He's specialized in Earth observation, online GIS, and spatial data infrastructure. In this role, Paolo leads the establishment of Geospatial Initiative and has facilitated the cloud-based integration of Earth observation, GIS, and AI across various ADB DMCs. Paolo, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the kind introduction. Well, the fact that my background is coming from aerospace, meaning, satellites, aerial photos, and drones, allows me to give you today a sort of, I call it a quadricopter overview of our system. This means that I will not be able to go into details, but I will be available for any question that you may have later. By now, I think you saw also the previous speakers, indicated that satellites is an asset, when it comes to climate applications. Let me introduce the fact that for GeoDigital Sumatra, which is a system we put in place, we're really aiming at climate resilience and also carbon budgeting for the government of Indonesia. Satellites are good, but they're not enough. In a sense that if you want to do a carbon budgeting for a province, for a nation, for a city, you need to use satellite imagery, but also you need to get other data, non-satellite observation. Just to summarize briefly, because we go in details, I was asked by my DG 5 years ago the question, why are you using artificial intelligence to process, satellite imagery? And of course, this one is not generative AI. We have a huge amount of data to process, and the example I gave is actually satellite images are the equivalent of pictures, so to speak. Imagine if I was taking today, like I have all the pictures of you, and I was asked to detect patterns, in a manual way. By the time I will go probably to picture number 5, I will get lost again and start again. And probably there are 50 or 60 people here. So we use artificial intelligence to detect pattern, pattern that we cannot easily detect otherwise. Okay, before going into the what, let me put the emphasis on the why. Why ADB should build a carbon digital twin? We had an interaction with Bappenas, which is the Ministry of Development of Indonesia, and the question was, can we have a system that will make digital sense of what is happening in terms of carbon and risk for our large area, the island of Sumatra. And then we get the opportunity to have also BRIN on board, which is the research organization of Indonesia, and of course their mandate is actually to do something at the state of the art, something innovative. The first component we started to do with them is really analyzing, producing requirement number 1, the risk analyzer, which I will show you later on what it is. The requirement number 2 is really on the carbon budget simulator. Basically, we are producing for the provincial level, administrative level, the carbon budgeting. Basically, because one administration at the administrative level, you can really change your policy, and then you can really do something about the carbon budget. Basically emissions as sequestration. If you're able to see here, basically we are providing a map. But also, like a sort of, like a dashboard where you really see what are the different contribution to emissions or sequestration. And then you have the total budget. The fact that this number is in red is probably already flagging that, like something at the transport level or, building emission, vegetation sequestration could be done to improve the situation. Again, I keep the promise of going very fast. So we have a system which is basically a geoportal. We have about 25 different information layers, maps, and different analytics we combine together. And also the output, the first output is actually, in the case of risk analyzer, we needed to be impacting visually. So imagine that this application will be in a week shown to 60 government officials, and they need to have a synoptic view. Basically, if we need to plan a new investment, we need to be aware which are the most risky area on the island. And this one is a multi-risk assessment using different data, including, like satellite observation and simulations, showing that the red, of course, indicates the higher risk, but also the extent of the hexagon implies also the level of severity. Let me spend a few words about the policy scenarios and impact simulator. Again, as ADB, we want the government to be stimulated in terms of new investments, PBLs, project-based loan. And the best way to sort of lead the conversation toward a solution is really showing them numbers. We have identified, according to the Indonesian policy, 3 different scenarios. So you can implement a green urban growth, meaning that you put more trees into your urban development. You can actually implement a slow growth lifestyle, meaning that probably you're still gonna allow densification of your urban fabric, but the life you're conducting is a little bit lower emissions. And then probably the third one is efficient and green mobility. Basically, you really change your policy, or you change the way you move in cities and between cities. What we provide them is really a dashboard. If you see here is a dashboard estimating the CO2 transport emissions, but also the ability to really change, the way you are currently, moving around. If you change from motorcycle, of course, to bicycle, you change a percentage, the total computation that you have will have a different effect on the total number of CO2 emission. How do we do this? I already mentioned that AI is a key technology for us to do processing. I'm not going to go on details on this one, but obviously we are able to develop what-if scenarios. Again, in other words, a policymaker wants to know the effect of what a policy can produce, and this one is where we change the different variables. We have a workflow. We start from actual observation to simulations, for example, of traffic flow, congestion, travel time, air quality. And then we allow the user to really do a visual inspection, either accept what the system says as a good, way forward, or probably also changing some of the other variables to see the net effect. Just briefly, what kind of variables are we looking at? Categories, building emissions. So we map the different urban areas in terms of buildings. We also do transport emission components. This one is partially, taking different database, but also simulated, for example, night versus day. And then it's very important, we put a long emphasis on vegetation sequestration component. It's very intuitive that the more forest you have, the denser it is, the more carbon, that there is in the forest to be stored to compensate and to offset emissions. Just very briefly, why we use AI? We need to define land cover, different land cover patterns. They have different CO2, sequestration capacity. And here, we use AI to really do processing, but also to come up with a CO2 sequestration equivalent. If you have an agricultural field, it's still natural, but has a different sequestration potential than a dense, tropical forest. Here is our ambition. We use a lot of satellite data. Carbon is one of, CO2 is one of the greenhouse gases, but not only. We have other greenhouse gases which are generated by human activities. Our ambition here, this one is an example, not in Europe, but it will be probably something to be implemented later on in the Philippines, in Indonesia. The Philippines is also interested. Is actually using Sentinel-5P for NO2 concentration. Is a satellite that is providing recurrent data, but only at a 5.5 by 3.5 kilometers. So this one is telling us the story at the wide range, but you know better than me that probably if you want to do something for your city, you need to have better data to change the course of action. And this one, we will be using AI here to upscale NO2 concentration resolution to 0.1 kilometers. Just to summarize, what is AI and machine learning in geospatial science good for? Automatic mapping. You know by now that if you need to process, 3,000 images from satellite, you cannot do that manually. You need to come up with a smarter way. Filling data gaps, we work in 4 dimension, and as Einstein said, the 4th dimension is the time, meaning that you need to have calculation for every day or every week. But, sometimes you don't have the data. There are clouds, the satellite cannot see what's going on, or, there are lack of information in terms of mobility data. And that's why we use, AI to fill the gap. Little ground truth for us is also very good, like that we can use very little ground proof, like to validate our finding, predicting missing data, and also improving the data quality. Like we can go from low resolution to high resolution using machine learning and AI. Thank you very much. I'll stop there. I was probably stealing a few minutes from what I was allowed, but thanks a lot for your time.
Thanks a lot, Paolo. That's fine. So we'll get into the discussion part of this event, and I'd like to remind all of you here in the room, but also online, to make this as interactive as possible. So please use your device to ask questions to our panel of experts. To get us started, maybe I'll start with our own colleague, Belinda. Belinda's work at ADB focus on enhancing resilience of infrastructure, cities, and community in Asia and Pacific. Her background is in engineering, GIS, and climate and disaster risk. So over the last 12 years, she's worked closely with public and private sector, NGO, and other IOs to deliver climate and disaster risk assessment, resilient infrastructure project, and strategy. So Belinda, to get us started, could I please ask you to share with us a bit more on how ADB is currently applying or is planning to apply AI to enhance its climate action and investment, please?
Sure, thanks, Mark. Yeah, I'd like to share a quick overview of some of our more corporate level initiatives where we're trying to adopt and harness the power of AI to progress our work on climate change and disaster risk management. So since about 2022, actually, we've been working with IT and a whole bank-wide working group, including our digital colleagues here, on developing a whole new suite of climate and disaster risk analytical tools. And these really respond to the fact that ADB is going through this climate shift, and what it means to be a climate bank is that everyone in ADB, whether you work in IT or the climate change and DRM group, or whether you work in the budget personnel division or sectors group, you really need to have the skills to deliver on our climate ambitions and commitments. So these tools are basically analytical tools to support all of our business processes around climate change and disaster risk management, including for climate and disaster risk assessment, both for upstream, for project identification, and then also for project processing. Also on Paris alignment assessment, linked document generation, and we also want to eventually create a portal that gives our clients, our DMCs and other partners access to use these tools themselves, with the ultimate goal of building their capacity. So this project's actually been underway for quite a long time, but we took a pause last year and looked at, well, AI is really coming into ADB in a really rapid rate. I know I've been really impressed at the level of adoption. So how could we rethink what we're doing to bring AI in? And with the help of our IT and digital colleagues, we've really currently working on 3 ways to bring that in. The first is we're developing an AI tool to sit within the suite, which really allows information to be more accessible to staff. So we've got, and this is going to use like retrieval augmented generation, or effectively like a chatbot technology, to take all the huge database of knowledge, resources, past risk assessments that ADB's already generated, and allow staff to ask simple questions about climate and disaster risks to projects, adaptation solutions, and provide them trusted answers from our trusted resources, as well as external best practices. We're also looking at AI for automated language report generation. So for some of the products that we're producing and the tools, rather than just have very binary static outputs, have those be able to present results and findings in a more creative and intuitive way. And then finally, we're looking at adopting some solutions, and we're in the final stages of that now, which are going to use AI for advancing or advanced climate data analytics. So basically filling gaps, for example, in the climate models. For example, in the Pacific, we've got very poor climate predictions around tropical cyclones and the way those are changing in the future. And AI can help us fill gaps in the models. So that's one initiative that's ongoing. And then just very briefly, we're also very excited to be in the process of launching a new climate analytics hub, which is being developed in partnership with IT as well. And this is really a strategic initiative to create a broader set of resources, communities, and platforms, or a platform to make climate and disaster risk analytics more accessible and actionable in ADB and for the region. And basically, it's going to come up with tools and services for scenario planning and risk analytics that are intended to inform unlocking investment opportunities as well as risk-informed decision-making. So things like generating pipeline, prioritizing investments, and smarter designing of investments. And so we're working on some pilots over the next couple of months, 6 months, and hoping to launch those at the annual meeting in Milan next year. So do definitely watch this space.
Thank you so much, Belinda. So maybe I'll pass the floor to our own colleague from SDCC Digital Technology for Development Division, Uni. Uni is working as the Senior Digital Technology Specialist and focuses on digital infrastructure and its role in economy. So Uni, could you tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing in terms of supporting digital infrastructure and especially green data centers? Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So I'm excited. We've had a very exciting presentations on the application side of AI. I wanted to change the scene a little bit and talk about what enables the AI development, which is really the infrastructure. And if you were to go down even deeper, there are obviously chips, AI chips that DDG Stephen could tell us more about. But because of the revolution in AI, there are also great things happening in the upstream of the AI industry, specifically in the infrastructure space to enable this to happen. Green data center or greening of data center initiative within ADB, it really combines the three pivotal changes that ADB has made or is in the process of making. One is climate, second is digital transformation, and third is our private sector development. Right? So ADB has been a steady and important investor in digital infrastructure in the region for as long as ADB has been in existence. But since COVID, the emphasis on closing the digital infrastructure gap has really have been emphasized both by DMCs and ADB. And we've typically looked at connectivity as a core backbone of the digital infrastructure. But with the advent of AI and with an accelerated needs for computing powers due to generative AI and then the adoption of AI across different services and industries, we're now looking at accelerating the computing infrastructure data center as a core component of ADB's investment portfolio. At the same time, data centers are energy intensive. Currently, they're responsible for about 1.2 to 2% of global energy consumption. But by 2030, multiple sources are predicting that it'll go up to about 8%. But that's a global average. If we talk about certain countries like Singapore, where the investment of data center was heavily concentrated in the last few years, the country had to issue a moratorium on building data centers because the energy consumption was reaching double digits, and this was not sustainable. And in part due to that moratorium, the investment has moved to adjacent countries such as Malaysia, Indonesia, and this is really propelled by our growing reliance on digital, not just AI, and AI will accelerate that trend, but all our DMCs in Southeast Asia as well as South Asia, both because of the use of more data-intensive applications, but also aspirations to become AI power, in the case of countries like India, is really driving investment. So what is AI? So what's the role of AI? ADB in supporting this digital transformation of our DMCs, but ensuring that our countries do it in a sustainable and responsible way, right? So there comes this Green Data Center Initiative, where we've done market mapping as well as a deep dive into the sustainability trends of the data centers. So these are trends that are set by the cutting edge hyperscalers that are building their own data centers, or global data center operators that are really setting standards in energy efficiency, in use of cutting edge cooling technologies, the way they're designing the buildings in a way that minimizes the waste, all the way to some of the roles that ADB can really play, only ADB could play in cross-sectoral policy dialogues with the energy sector to ensure that the energy that goes into the data center is renewable, or increasingly will become renewable. So we started with the mapping. We've engaged the market, and we are expanding the policy dialogues with the ASEAN government, since the study was really was for Southeast Asia originally, and we'll be having a cross-sectoral finance workshop next month in Singapore, where we will have government representatives from Ministry of ICT or Digital Economy, ministries of energy, and then the planning agencies such as NEDA or BAPENAS, all sitting together to talk about, okay, what are our digital infrastructure data center needs to support our nation's digital ambition? What's our current status in providing renewables to the data centers? And how we can close this gap between the needs of renewable, as well as technology gaps in the way that the data center operators are experiencing in reducing their energy efficiency, as well as other means of reducing the greenhouse emission. And moving forward, we are actively engaging the market to encourage private sector players to adopt and look at more green technologies. We're very excited that we're at a very advanced stage of closing our first green data center deal, and it's really our green finance that encourage our client to raise their ambition in their energy efficiency. I can talk more about that, as well as allowing us to embark on a policy dialogue to really move the needle in the energy sector policy to enable better and more sustainable renewable power purchase.
Thanks a lot, Yuni. And continuing on this, I'd like to turn to Eve from Google. As a tech giant engaging with government, I'd be interested to hear your perspective on the challenges that you have encountered when using AI for climate action, and how you think government and the private sector can work together to address these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I'll give two answers. The first is mindset. The second is process. And so I'll give actual anecdote or actual experience. So on the mindset side, a couple of years ago, I talked to a government stakeholder and offered Google's flood forecasting technology. So we explained it, basically showed how it works. Again, no cost to the partner. And the challenge that these two people I was talking to is that mindset-wise, they were thinking that if this project succeeds, this might take away our job. Instead of thinking about, if this project succeeds, I will be the best flood forecaster in the Philippines, it became like a challenge of this might take away my job. So mindset is a big challenge, right? And so I think overcoming the mindset challenges is definitely one of the biggest things. And the second is a very simple thing, but process. So when we sign up to AI tools, whether it's Gemini or ChatGPT, we would all usually agree to a agreement, the terms of service. And so one of the things we experience in a partner is that while the mindset is there, the people that want to work with us, the mindset is there, part of the process is sending the agreement to legal. And legal would ask for edits on the agreement. And so you can imagine that this is not a scalable model, right? So when we do come up with tools, it needs to be a click to agree thing. And so we're unable to immediately roll out the product because legal needs to opine and basically recommend an edit to this provision. And so those are just two small examples of some of the challenges that we need to overcome. As these tools are made available, we need to find a way to also overcome the challenges like that.
Thanks, Yves. And I want to mention here that Google is a signatory together with ADB of the Data for Development Partnership, which is the secretary is hosted by the World Bank. We, ADB, have joined this about a year plus ago. And this is a modality for us to access various data sets, which helps with the legal side of data sharing also. I'd like to turn to Professor Choi, and I'd like to ask you if you could tell us a little bit about how the work you're doing in the context of heat, if you could elaborate on how the data from your AI model could be used to inform urban planning and public health strategy to protect those communities that are the most affected. Prof. Choi, please.
Oh yeah, thank you very much for the question. Based on the data we collect, we collect women's, men's behavioral patterns such as reporting, posting, and social media, or moving to a different location during heat waves, something like that. So based on that data, we run the model, and we can actually give a more we can differentiate the alert to the woman and the man, and we can also adjust the alert threshold for the man and woman as well. And we can also send the heat wave preparedness guidelines accordingly. So yeah, and there are many actually approaches I can imagine. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe I'll turn to Paolo to talk a little bit more about some of the work that is done and how we could look at scaling it, and how do we ensure that AI solutions are accessible and adaptable to regions with limited infrastructure or technological capacity. Many of the DMC countries where we work are facing this. And then specifically, what are the next steps you would suggest for ADB in expanding the use of AI in climate-related projects? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Well, I forgot to mention, but it's actually obvious that this digital twin is actually cloud-based for many reasons. Not only computational, which the cloud allows you to expand, scaling up without an investment for which you wouldn't know if it's worth it or not. So it's expandable. The other advantage of using the cloud is either Google Earth Engine that you know very well, or AWS or Creodias in Europe, is because allow us to have a direct link with the satellite free and open data archive. And that is actually scalable in a sense that you can scale over time, but actually over space. Our goal in this prototype is really to allow endless scalable opportunities from with little investment in the infrastructure. But the other point is that we have countries that have the ambition to use high performance computing centers, which connect exactly to what you're saying, in their own premises. The way we structured these developments, we use a Docker technology that you know probably, allowing them to take the element that makes sense for their own country, in terms of processing, and just, like put it in their own facility, and connect that one directly to the data archive. Basically, I see two scenarios. Like there are countries with a lot of ambitions about climate change investment, but they have little capacity and very little infrastructure. I would say pay-per-use cloud, no question about it. Also, the pay-per-use is actually also very environmentally friendly because you use, you run the processing only when you need it, which means your CPU is actually crunching the data and of course, doing some carbon emission as well, only when it's actually needed. The other element is that together with our DMCs, we have a plan to optimize the processors. The processors are actually the algorithms that process, the data. So you can have inefficient processors that can keep running on 3,000 images for 30 days. Or if you apply some skills, you can have, like a processors, which to process, 3,000 images can take only 4 days. There is an endless, probably list of opportunities that we see. But of course, we don't support at this stage huge investment in infrastructure. That's probably not advisable at this stage.
Thanks a lot, Paolo. So maybe I'll give Yves back the floor on this question of the carbon footprint of digital in general, but AI more specifically. Paolo addressed it just now, and Uni talked about it already. But I think to hear your perspective on this would be very interesting. Yves, please.
Yeah. So as Uni mentioned, companies like Google, where there are markets where there's no longer, let's say, renewable energy that's available. Companies like Google are diversifying where we put our data centers. And so in our region, Malaysia has been announced. And so when we consider where we invest in data centers, definitely one of the biggest considerations is the presence and availability of renewable energies. And so as Google rolls out more data centers, hopefully in the region, you will see that top of mind will always be the availability of renewable energy. But of course, number two, as mentioned by Andrew 2 days ago, Google is also using AI to make our data centers more efficient. So understanding our energy consumption, energy emissions, putting those data together and then getting the AI to recommend things definitely is one of the ways that we're actively reducing our emissions.
Thank you very much, Yves. So maybe I'll ask a last question before we turn to the floor to any of the panelists who would like to take this one. Is the role that ADB can play in fostering collaborations between government, private sector, and nonprofit institutions to promote AI adoption, especially in the climate change space in developing countries? Belinda? Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
Sure. Yeah, I think, working in the climate change space and disaster risk management, I think what we've seen over recent years is just the absolute proliferation of data and technology. And I think what the challenge is on the ground is that often it's not a lack of information, but it's about data that's not accessible, data that's we're unsure on the quality, and accessing the right data. So I think a key for ADB and our most important role actually in that sense when it comes to tackling climate change is translating data into decision making. So it's really bridging that gap between the scientific and technical community and the application. And I think there's huge potential for the work we can do around that through the different services and products we provide. And this requires starting by engaging with our member countries, with our DMCs, private sector, and people on the ground, and understanding what their needs are and how we can really provide solutions to harness AI to translate that data into the right decisions and the right investments.
Thanks a lot, Belinda. Prof. Choi, do you want to come in from the university perspective? What do you think would be the model in fostering collaboration between those different actors? Any insight from your side, please?
In university, I think I would. I agree. I agree with the the previous opinion, but basically, we are now we are starting to do the research to link the data, our scientific knowledge, to the decision making. Then we need to, of course, we need to collaboration, but in this case, we need data. Actually, data. We need the financial data. For instance, we have a huge source of climate data, geospatial data. But if that is linked to some policy data and finance economic data, that would be wonderful. And then we can advance this the many technologies and the decision making process. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Uni?
Sure, I think ADB has a really, really important role to play. I briefly mentioned the cross-sectoral work that we're doing. A lot of the opportunities really lie at the margins between different sectors and different institutions. And ADB, and we have the computing power. We have resources such as TA that we're working with Professor Che, where we can create a pilot of an end-to-end way of embedding heat stress detection and warning capability in a national system, and find ways to scale it, but in a way that tailors to our DMC's needs. And we have other facilities, thanks to our climate change pivot. We have a lot of facilities that we're working with in the green data center space, such as ASEAN Green Catalytic facility under CERD, where we will be, instead of just doing the knowledge transfer, we will be sitting with the governments to really engender project ideas. Then they can turn into actions. So I think our role as a bridge builder, connector, convener, and also being a catalytic power in not just in adoption of AI in climate change, but to really carry our mission, it cannot be understated.
Thanks a lot, Uni. So I think we'll turn to the floor to see if there are any questions for our panelists. Are there questions online? Yes, so maybe, are there any questions in the room while I look at these? We know we're sitting between lunch and... Okay, there's a couple of very specific questions. I'll start with maybe more generic ones. Are there plans to also do a deep dive, I guess it's for ADB, into climate risk on children with dimensions on gender, age, demography, and socioeconomic status? So the next level of climate, and I guess maybe Belinda or Prof. Che could answer?
I don't know of a specific initiative where we have that very specific focus, but definitely understanding risk through a vulnerability lens. You know, risk has to be understood as a combination of hazard exposure and vulnerability, and not just physical, but social vulnerability. We're institutionalizing processes where for all of our projects and investments, we look at not just physical vulnerability, but social vulnerability. And we work very closely with our colleagues in gender, social development, and Office of the Safeguards to do that.
Thanks. Prof. Che, do you want to comment on this one?
I also started a project to focus on gender, but I think it's not only gender focused project; it's also related to children. I've heard that the ADB the team is now planning and then trying to expand the target the people. I mean, you know, the more general, the vulnerable populations, including, of course, children. Yeah, I've just heard. So I'm not from ADB side. So yeah, that's my answer so far.
Thank you. We have a question from a dragon fruit lover here, and that's for Eve, asking if Google has mapped areas planted and analyzed by this tool mineral planted with dragon fruit. The person says the literature on this plant is very limited at the moment. And maybe you can expand a little bit on what sort of specific plants, mineral.
No, I think whoever asked the question, I think should connect with me so I could connect them with the right mineral people. Of course, with 800 million photos taken so far, I'm pretty sure that dragon fruit would potentially be one of those included there. So whoever asked the question, just connect with me and I'll link you up with the mineral folks.
Thanks a lot, Eve. There's one more question for you, in fact. Someone's asking, have you partnered with other countries in Southeast Asia regarding a flood control project, the successful flood control project that was mentioned?
So one of my slides, which I didn't reach, is actually the Flood Hub. And with the Flood Hub, we're actually able to actually roll it out in markets, even with markets that we don't have partnerships in place. So the teams working on the Flood Hub have found a way to use satellite technology, AI, the hydrological and inundation model to actually create suggestions or predictions for the market. So for example, for the Philippines, it is now live for the Philippines. It is now live in many markets in Southeast Asia, even without a partnership on the ground. Of course, partnership on the ground creates data, official data from the government. But if we don't have that, we're now able to actually use AI to roll out the tool in markets, in more markets than markets that we have partnerships.
Thank you. There's another question for you. On that, that American airline case that you've mentioned on contrails. And the question is, reducing $5 to $20 per ton, but increasing fuel of 0.3, suggests the question. Would this end up more cost, increased cost, or would save cost?
So I think that's why the American Airlines pilot was quite successful in showing that we could actually, the fuel addition is minimal, like 0.3%, right? And so again, I guess ultimately, airlines as well as governments will need to make that assessment on whether the additional fuel consumption, is it worth it for the contrail reduction or not? So again, when we piloted it with American Airlines, we saw data was good, and now we're piloting it with European partners. And so again, hopefully, as we can see, and of course, improve the system. Like the 0.3 is just American Airlines. If we can further reduce that down, then again, hopefully we live in a world where it's no longer a question of is it worth it, but rather it's become part of it that, of course, yes, we have to reduce the contrails.
Thanks, Eve. Any questions from the audience in the room? Nope. Okay, so maybe I'll ask each of you to give some parting thoughts before we break out for lunch. Starting from Uni, please.
Parting famous last words, which I'm not very good at. But no, thanks for really, I was really pleased to be in a panel to sort of show the entire value chain of the impact that AI has, or how we will foster positive development and adoption of AI, and since we have a lot of ADB colleagues here as well, one thing I do want to emphasize is, again, this cross-functional, cross-sectoral collaboration that's needed. AI is a general purpose technology that impacts us all, and across different sector sessions that we've had, we've seen some common themes emerging, and that really requires us to think differently, more collaboratively, and embrace innovation, and with a sense of urgency. And again, the Green Data Center Initiative was a breath of fresh air, in a sense that it was different teams coming together, with an eye on building a pipeline, but in terms of the pace at which we were able to go from knowledge to market engagement to a transaction, and to really expand our horizon to not just non-sovereign but sovereign, is being seen as a best practice within PSOD, and that work is being expanded to other sub-regions within PSOD, so that there will be a PSOD-wide strategy on green data center. So it's just one example. There are plenty of these collaboration happening, and for a topic as important as climate change and for a transformative technology as AI, we should really be looking at better ways to collaborate to really accelerate our time to impact.
Thanks, Yuni. Prof. Che, I'll come to you in a minute. I'll first ask Paolo for any parting thoughts, please.
Thanks. Yes. Well, of course, I come from a long way. 5 years ago was a different story, in terms of proposing these solutions, to DMCs. As you said, there are different levels of capacity. I would say, however, that in my work, I see already we have good marks on acceptance. Acceptance is an essential point, because the moment you ask a DMC to reflect on a new strategy, new investments, new policies, has to be evidence-based. And the first question they ask you, why you're telling me this and how you're getting to these conclusions. I think now is accepted, which means, the success is not fully achieved, because now we have to talk about adoption. And adoption, especially in some middle-income countries, means that we have to show them ways that are sustainable economically. We can talk about, infrastructure, we can talk about how cool this stuff is, but how much does it cost to keep it running for us to also make it to penetrate also at the lower level in the administration? Because it's easier when you talk at the minister level, but then when you go into practice to, like municipalities, they have everyday problems. And again, they need to take collective decisions, which involves citizens. And again, has to be evidence-based and has to be, proved in terms of quality. So some success, but also, some challenges. And where are challenges, I like to think that there are also opportunities.
Thanks, Paolo. Maybe I'll turn to Prof. Che, who's online with us, if that's okay with you.
Yeah. First of all, I'm very sorry that I couldn't go there. Just understand, I saved the carbon dioxide emission. Well, thank you for inviting me here. I'd like to, in my opinion, there are strong and more needs for understanding and responding climate risk. And then what we have been doing is not climate risk, is the hazard. To understand and respond climate risk, we need to tackle the exposure study and vulnerability study more. And in my opinion, to do this, not only one group, one smart person can do, but all the groups, social scientists and the economists and the geoscientists, they all have to collaborate together. I hope the ADB can exert the leadership to combine all the groups and then achieve this as the goal to tackle the climate change. Thank you so much. I hope to see you again.
Thank you very much. Belinda, parting thoughts?
Sure, just very briefly, I think my process and the process I've gone through in adopting some of these AI solutions within ADB in the last year, my key messages, I think, are really being open to change, but also keeping people at the center of the process, people's needs, people's priorities, and seeing AI as a tool, not a solution in and of itself. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Belinda. Yves, please.
Yeah. So, on Google's side, we focus on the opportunity, and we really see the opportunity that AI presents, not just in, chatbots, but really in solving some of the biggest challenges that we're facing, right? And as mentioned earlier, one of the biggest challenges is actually a change in mindset. That the tools are there, but if the mindset is not there, there will be challenges. And so this is where the ADB comes in. I think mindset is a very much a trust thing, right? It's different when Google is the one talking to a partner. It's different when ADB is the one talking to a partner and saying that you might want to use this tool. And so that's why here at Google, we believe that the ADB really can play a big role in the deployment, in the adoption, in the mindset of how governments see AI.
Thank you very much, Yves. I want to thank each and everyone on the panel. I would like to ask you all to give them a big round of applause. And I think we even managed to finish on time, so I'll pass the floor back to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please join us now for lunch, and we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock for the last panel of this conference, which is going to be on AI and gender equality. All right, see you then. Enjoy lunch. All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. We're so excited now for this last very important panel on gender equality and AI. I have the pleasure to invite Samantha Hung, the director of the Gender Division.
Thank you for the introduction, and hello everybody. So last but definitely not least, I hope, and it is after lunch, so we hope to keep you engaged with a very interesting conversation. And I would encourage those of you in the room to please also move closer if you'd like, so we can have a more intimate conversation. But I'm sure we also have quite a lot of people online. So leveraging AI and gender equality that you can see there is a really exciting topic. I think we all know that AI is one of the transformative developments of our time, and it's moving faster than we can keep up with. It offers great opportunity for to be leveraged for gender equality, and we want to explore some of that, but we also want to be cognizant of the risks and how we manage those risks. So we are going to hear from some of the leaders in this field, a very specialized field, in the next hour or so, and I really look forward to the conversation. But without further ado, I'd like to invite my colleague, Yolanda Fernandez-Loman, who's the Senior Advisor of the department in which I work, the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Department.
Good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here participating in this very exciting session. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to today's session on leveraging AI for gender equality, an increasingly critical topic as we integrate innovative technologies into our work and daily life. In this swiftly advancing digital era, technology offers great promise. Important strides have been made to provide women and men with equal opportunities to participate in, benefit from, and foster digital transformation. We have made positive progress in increasing women's participation in the digital economy by promoting digital literacy and providing tech-enabled solutions for women entrepreneurs. As we continue to adopt new technologies, it is crucial that they serve as tools to bridge the existing gender gaps. Emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, hold remarkable potential to accelerate gender equality by addressing barriers that have traditionally limited women's participation, particularly in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. AI can create new opportunities for women to thrive. This includes tailored learning programs, improved healthcare diagnostics, greater financial inclusion, access to decent jobs, safer cities, and much more. Artificial intelligence has indeed the power to transform industries in ways that can empower women. At the same time, as Sam said, we must be mindful of the challenges and risks that artificial intelligence poses. Without conscious effort, the underrepresentation of women, biases in data and algorithms can perpetuate or even worsen gender inequalities. Today's session presents an excellent opportunity to dive deeper into these topics. We will explore how to maximize artificial intelligence, positive impact on gender equality while mitigating the risks. From enhancing digital inclusion for women to addressing gender-based violence through AI solutions, the opportunities ahead are exciting. However, to fully harness these possibilities, we must intentionally adopt a gender-responsive approach to artificial intelligence development and deployment. And that is why we are here today, to listen to you and your ideas. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Yolanda, for starting this session with your insightful remarks. So just in terms of format, we're going to start with a scene-setting presentation, and then we're going to move into a panel discussion. So the speaker that we have for our scene setting is Jenny Kennedy. Some of you might have caught her earlier in the week, but Jenny is an associate professor at RMIT University in Melbourne, Australia, where she specializes in digital inclusion and feminist perspectives on technology. She co-authored a book with a very interesting title, which is called The Smart Wife: Why Siri, Alexa, and Other Smart Home Devices Need a Feminist Reboot. Her work focuses on the challenges and opportunities of digital technology in relation to gender, promoting more inclusive and equitable technological practices. So Jenny, the floor is yours. I'm sure it'll be very interesting.
Hello, everyone. So thank you for inviting me to do this scene setting and having so much stage time as well at this event. So AI represents a significant shift in the landscape of technology, already influencing a range of industries such as finance, entertainment, education, healthcare, and more. This raises critical questions on governance, ethics, representation, and equality. In particular, the intersection of gender equality and AI unveils complex layers of systemic social inequalities, bias, and the potential for both harm and opportunity. Recognizing the nuanced dynamics at play between gender and AI should inform our future decision-making. Gender equality encompasses equal access to opportunities, resources, and rights among all genders. However, prevailing societal norms often result in gender disparities that echo into the digital landscape, creating barriers especially for women and marginalized communities. These inequalities are stark in the context of AI, where the biases embedded in training data and algorithmic frameworks can actually deepen barriers and discrimination. The implications of these biases being amplified is especially significant in the Global South, where connectivity, access to devices, and affordability already exacerbate digital divides. I greatly admire the work of the gender diversity team here and applaud ADB for hosting the upcoming panel discussion and for making gender central to conversations about AI and our augmented futures. It's been reassuring to see a gender-based lens applied in conversations over the last 3 days. So here is an overview of the key threads that I've seen emerge. It's important for us to think on the multifaceted relationship between gender equality and AI, and we can do so by focusing on 3 dimensions. The challenges posed by systemic inequalities and data biases, the harms inflicted by the misuse of AI technology, and the benefits and opportunities in gender-conscious development and application of AI technologies. Achieving gender equality within AI requires grappling with deep-rooted systemic inequalities. These challenges are amplified when considering the representation of women and other marginalized groups within the AI workforce and AI-adjacent workforces. The underrepresentation of women in tech, particularly in the field of AI and leadership roles, poses a significant barrier to achieving gender parity. Reports consistently indicate that women occupy only a fraction of roles in computing and AI fields. Women represent around 30% of technology professionals globally and just 22% in the AI field. Although women are going to university at higher rates than men, the rate of women graduating from engineering and computer science degrees are around 30 to 40%. This lack of representation in the workforce translates into limited perspectives when formulating AI technologies, which can in turn lead to the exclusion of women's needs and experiences from AI systems. In the Global South, where cultural norms may further restrict women's access to education and technological fields, these barriers become even more profound. The systemic nature of these inequalities suggests a need for an intersectional approach in addressing gender disparities in AI. A well-documented challenge in AI is algorithmic bias, which arises from the historical and social prejudices reflected in the data used to train AI models. Bias in data not only informs how AI recognizes patterns, but also affects its application across various domains. AI systems trained on data that overwhelmingly features male users may produce content that inadvertently neglects or misrepresents women's experiences. Furthermore, the perpetuation of stereotypes is not solely restricted to the content generated, but is entrenched in the algorithms employed to classify and assess data too. This results in a landscape where women's voices and contributions are systematically marginalized. Examples of these biases in action include recruitment AI tools found to favor male candidates. AI-driven performance evaluation tools also tend to disadvantage minority employees by up to 30%. One particular algorithm used by a large tech organization was trained on resumes submitted over a 10-year period, which largely came from male applicants, leading to an inherent bias that penalized resumes including certain words associated with women. This incident highlights the critical implication of biased data sets in AI applications, illustrating how gender inequalities can be reinforced by technology that claims objectivity and neutrality. Data sets are never neutral, nor are AI applications built upon them. The recent UNESCO report, Challenging Systemic Prejudices, an investigation into gender bias in large language models, uncovers persistent social biases within language models despite ongoing efforts to mitigate such issues. The report identifies that in gendered word association tasks, current state-of-the-art LLMs are significantly more likely to associate gendered names with traditional roles. For example, female names with home, family, children, and male names with business, executive, salary, career. As Sophia Umoja-Noble powerfully describes in her book, Algorithms of Oppression, facial recognition tools exhibit higher error rates for women and people of color, highlighting patterns of bias that compromise the reliability of AI applications in sensitive areas such as law enforcement and security. While there may now be an awareness of inherent biases in AI at a senior level, there are a few people in leadership with lived experience of the impacts of these biases, which means that the scale of such harms tend to be under-recognized. Negligence towards biases in AI tools can manifest as erroneous outputs and as real-world consequences that disproportionately affect women. Purposeful misuse of AI tools can also lead to substantial and far-reaching harms that disproportionately affect women too. Deepfakes are AI-generated synthetic media that manipulate audio and visual content to create seemingly real footage. These forms of media can be incongruent with a person's political or ideological positionality. For example, the generated video footage of Taylor Swift supposedly endorsing Donald Trump. These forms of media can also be sexually explicit and fall within the category of image-based abuse. Again, Taylor Swift has been a target of such misuse. Image-based abuse represents one of the most urgent concerns for gender equality in AI. This technology can, of course, be employed in benign and useful applications. However, its misuse raises ethical alarm. The creation and distribution of non-consensual deepfake pornography violates individual autonomy and privacy. Women are overwhelmingly the target of such actions. This not only perpetuates existing power dynamics of gender inequality, but also significant psychological and social trauma for victims. Not only are women more likely to be victims, but the consequences are more likely to be felt more deeply by women victims. These include social consequences, i.e. damage to familial, social, and romantic relationships, economic consequences, i.e. damage to career and reputation, and emotional consequences, i.e. long-term psychological trauma. The prevalence of deepfake technology has increased the incidence of revenge porn, where individuals humiliate ex-partners by circulating digital content of intimate scenarios. But with deepfake technology, individuals use digital means to create false representations of intimate scenarios. The impact of such violations extends beyond personal suffering of victims. They contribute to a societal climate that devalues women and their consent. The rapid evolution of this technology presents challenges for legal frameworks and ethical guidelines, as existing laws often struggle to keep pace with the challenges of new digital threats. Some new digital threats are even harder to legislate against. AI-generated virtual influencers depict unrealistic and often unattainable standards of beauty, reinforcing harmful stereotypes and societal pressures that affect all genders. Moreover, these portrayals often lack diversity, marginalizing individuals who do not conform to Eurocentric beauty ideals. AI-generated filters and enhancements in social media platforms offer a facade that promotes a limited view of attractiveness. Such pressures can exacerbate body image issues, particularly among younger women. Research has consistently shown that exposure to idealized representations of beauty leads to negative self-esteem and dissatisfaction with one's body, and increased mental health issues, including eating disorders. In addition to the harms directly associated with AI applications, the broader context of accessibility remains a significant concern for end users. Technology advancements are entrenching digital divides because the front moves at a faster pace than those can at the rear. Women, especially in the Global South, face substantial barriers to accessing technology, which limits their ability to engage with AI tools and opportunities. Factors such as affordability, digital literacy, and inadequate internet connectivity disproportionately affect these women. Of the estimated 2.6 billion people that are currently unconnected, the majority of these are women. In many developing economies and low socioeconomic areas of more developed economies, where access is available It is by mobile phone only, with users paying what we call a poverty premium for pay-as-you-go data when it can be afforded. For example, many in rural regions of the global south, including Australia with its vast geographical spread, the lack of infrastructure in rural and remote areas results in limited internet connectivity, making it difficult for women to connect, learn, and utilize generative technologies. This growing digital divide further entrenches existing inequalities and restricts women's capacity to leverage technology for empowerment, learning, and economic advancement. Despite the challenges and harms presented by AI, it is also crucial to recognize the benefits and opportunities that AI presents for increased inclusion and innovative solutions tailored to the needs of women and marginalized groups. The key lies in ensuring that the deployment and design of AI systems empowers all individuals, working to collectively dismantle barriers of inequality. As we have seen from presenters at this event, AI can provide solutions that address specific challenges faced by women, particularly in sectors such as climate, health, and education. AI-driven platforms can be weighted or dedicated to women's health data and provide gender-specific recommendations, access to resources, and information tailored to women's needs. In the education sphere, AI facilitates learning opportunities to enhance digital literacy and skill training for women. AI-driven education platforms provide customized learning experiences that can accommodate various learning styles and time resources, as well as levels of expertise. Platforms utilizing adaptive learning technologies can address the specific needs of female learners, particularly in underserved areas. So AI does offer the potential to women in underprivileged regions, or those who are limited to the home due to their caring responsibilities, to access knowledge and skills necessary for future professional development, addressing some of the material barriers that are faced. Such initiatives not only equip women to participate in the digital economy, but also help in cultivating a diverse talent pool that is important. And generative AI also can provide the capacity to support the creation of diverse media landscapes that better reflect the realities of women and marginalized groups. Through AI content generation, there's an opportunity to disrupt traditional narratives that often exclude or misrepresent women's stories and experiences. For example, women authors, artists, and creators are using AI tools to enhance their ability to create content that resonates with their identities and perspectives. The Women AI Artists platform is an online, inclusive global community dedicated to showcasing and supporting the diverse and innovative work of women in the realm of AI art. By amplifying diverse voices, AI art platforms enrich cultural dialogues and combat homogenization, resulting in more equitable representation in media. This can lead to a broader acceptance of varied narratives that challenge patriarchal norms and celebrate the richness of human experiences. A gender equity lens on AI reveals a complex socio-technical landscape. Systemic social inequalities and biases in data underscore the urgent need for more representation and inclusivity within the AI technology fields at all levels. At the same time, the potential harms ranging from the misuse of deepfake technology to the promotion of unrealistic beauty standards highlight the critical implications of these technologies on women's lives. Conversely, the benefits of prioritizing gender equality within the sphere of AI presents an opportunity for significant progress that can benefit all. It's therefore imperative to continue to engage in these critical dialogues surrounding gender equality, as we are doing here today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jenny, for that very sort of broad summary of the pros and the cons. We'll invite you up later to join us for a bit more of the Q&A in the panel, but Right now, I would like to introduce the other four panelists, one of which is virtual. So I would like to invite, as I introduce you all, to either come up and put the virtual on the screen. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Angela Kim to please join on the stage. And Angela will speak about empowering women in healthcare and STEM. As you can see, she's the Chief Education Officer at Women in AI APAC and the Head of Data Analytics and AI at AIA. She's an advocate for ethical and responsible AI, and she was also recognized as one of Australia's top 5 analytics leaders in 2020 by the Institute of Analytics Professionals. So welcome, Angela. The next person is, I believe, virtual, so Kavindia Thenakun, who will talk about AI-led social change. Can we bring her up, please, if possible? Kavi, as she's known, is the co-founder and CEO of Tilly, which is a social emotional learning platform that uses AI to support child development. She has extensive experience in companies like Google and Meta. She's been recognized for her work. Here she is. Good to see you, Kavi. She's been recognized globally for her work in education tech, and she's also been awarded the Queen's Young Leaders Award and the Harvard Global Trailblazers Award. So we'll be speaking to you in a while, Kavi. Third, we have Chris Villanueva-Libonal, who will provide insights into inclusive AI policy in Southeast Asia. Please join us. So Chris is a digital governance expert and executive director of Smart CT. She has experience in digital transformation, smart cities, and gender equality in ICT. She's worked for the Philippines government on digital innovation and participated in relevant publications such as AI and Women, Peace and Security in Southeast Asia with UN University and UN Women. So also bringing a very interesting but complementary perspective. And last but not least is one of our own, Jinha Kim, who is in the Gender Equality Division, my team. She is a... Welcome, Jinha. So she is a gender specialist with climate change, and she will relate some of this back to our own gender work at ADB. So her role focuses on the intersection of gender and climate, and she also acts as our digital focal, so she plays a key role in that space as well. Previously, prior to joining us at ADB, she has prior expertise in gender and climate and digital transformation from UNDP and the Green Global Growth Institute. So I will join them and we'll start a conversation. So just to say, okay, good to give me, just to say that we are also going to be taking questions. So please, there is a Slido code on the table, I think, on the table, if you would like to start adding questions. So we'll sort of do the rounds. So first of all, for Angela, can you tell us, based on your experience working in health and STEM education, how can you actually use AI to empower women in these spaces? And maybe you could share some successful cases where AI has improved business opportunities for women?
Thank you so much for sharing very important topic. Firstly, I'd like to thank the team at ADB for this amazing opportunity. I'm really impressed and really fascinated by how you're bringing all the right people from the global AI experts and curated really great content. Every day was really very interesting and very informative and very inspiring as well. So I'd like to say big appreciation for this great opportunity. And as Sam kindly mentioned earlier, I work with Women in AI. So Women in AI is do tank global, do tank community. So there are 140 chapters globally, and I work with with the women, amazing women ambassadors in those regions. And I serve the community as a Chief AI Education Officer, global, and also I serve APAC chapters to work with 11 amazing the leadership team. And also I work with Australia because I'm based in Sydney, Australia. And during the past 5 years, I've been working with the Women in AI community with the low socioeconomic underserved area high school students and females. There are huge opportunity that actually AI serves up around diversity and inclusion. So somewhat, somewhat ways, somehow, I'm appreciative about how actually the diversity and inclusion and bias and all this, all these important, the things around AI really, highlighted about, we need to pay more attention to women empowerment and enablement. And there are so many tools available these days, and it really helps women to access all these platforms more easily, which is quite a good opportunity. But what we learned in the past few years' experience was actually, women are pretty good at handling technical, the new platforms and all of the tools, but they need a bit of handheld guidance until they reach that comfort zone, right, so to speak, right? So they can, once they're over that hurdle, they can maneuver and navigate quite easily and very persistent and also eager to take the learning journey. But you need that of small stepping stone to help them to guide it through. And that's what Women in AI we do as a community to help guide the females, younger, the youth people, and the females, and also First Nations community, refugee community, all these underserved community of the citizens, to really help to more accessible to the AI and digital the platforms and the learning materials.
Thank you very much. So I heard that you might have a video. Is that correct, or are we not showing it?
I do.
Okay, did you want to show your video?
Yeah. How do I click on?
Can we have some IT support to, here we go.
Ooh. Play. Ooh. Mm-hmm. This is slide, right? That's correct. Yeah, excellent. So this is the metaverse video. We've been working with the First Nations community in Australia. So as you can see, we have an indigenous community, and we try to work with the indigenous youth people around the AI camp. And often the youth people say, Angela, what's AI coding camp to do with us? Not very exciting. But when you talk about metaverse and digital wallet and NFT, their eyes go like, this is exciting. So that's how we, collaborated with artists and tried to actually, exhibit the artwork by the First Nations artists on the metaverse platform. And by doing that, we try to upskill the youth people to manage the platform and to learn about all these digital skills so that they can actually work with artists themselves to empower and enable the beautiful heritage that First Nations community possess. So you can see that on the wall, they are actually the artwork that the First Nations artists created, but also we showed the one of the walls showing those in the far corner, small for the pictures are AI generated artwork, but you can see that they are very generic. Whereas on the bigger walls, all these very colorful, beautiful artwork are created by the First Nations artists, which really highlights, there's still, AI can help and assist a lot of, creativity, generating artwork, but it's not comparable to the human's genuine talent. So by the way, this music is, as you can see, traditional First Nations, the music. So those big walls, the big pictures are generated by the artist. And this, the dream storytelling appearing now is one of the First Nations leaders sharing about the dream storytelling. And these artwork on the wall are, created by the artist, female artist. Yeah.
sharing that. That's interesting because it's a sort of a combination of fusion of real content, and I see you've got is that an SDG5 thing there? We can see the symbol, but also the intersectional, because this is also dealing with gender, but also obviously indigenous populations, and bring that together. So just one last question before we move on. You talked about women need a bit of a boost sometimes, but also one issue is lack of access, right, to the technology. So can you maybe share some strategies on actually how you bridge that limited access, the gender divide in access?
Thank you, Sam. As you can see that, we work with APAC, closely working with the APAC community. So some countries, they have limited access to the digital device or even internet access. We try to support and try to run a lot of virtual sessions, and we try to partner with the tech companies so that they can access to the actual program. So one of the event we hosted online about 2 years ago, we started the Myanmar chapter, and we did on Saturday 9 a.m. Myanmar time kickoff, and there was very first event online. And guess how many people joined online? Take a guess. How many people? On Saturday, 9 a.m. Myanmar time. Random. 100? Any hands up? 300? Yes? 500, yes. And I was really pleasantly surprised because 500 people logging in live Saturday morning, 9 a.m., eager to learn about AI. And they're asking all these really important questions. What does diversity and inclusion mean for AI? What's AI can do better for human? Like all this healthcare, all these important topics. And you can see that the hunger of learning, really eager to learn about AI. And by the way, we run Women in AI event, but it's open to everyone. So we are inclusive. So there are a lot of male students as well, and they all want to learn about AI. And so by running these events online and partnering with the corporates and tech companies, we try to support particular the communities and chapters with the internet access because to make it more affordable. So Women in Tech and Women in AI, and there are so many different NGOs, right? So clearly you can see there's opportunity to collaborate and try to really run the initiative together to really bring more people together in this era of technology and AI.
Just one small question. Of that 500, do you know how many were women versus men, or what the composition was?
Normally what we do is 80-20. So we try to prioritize 80% of women attendees, not because we want to discriminate the males here over there, not because we want to discriminate. We need male champions and leaders like yourselves. Amazing to attend this session there too, right? Because without you, we can't do this alone. You going and tapping on the shoulders of other gentlemen, we need to work this together because, of course, by ourselves, we can't do it. And it's very important because you also have daughters as well, right? So it is the society, we need to really bring everyone together so that we can really offer the same opportunity to everyone.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm going to move now to Kavi. Kavi, are you still with us? Maybe we can bring her up again online. And I hope you can see us.
I can.
So, Kavi, I want to ask you, at your organization called Tilly, you've been working with AI for social change. And can you explain what that means and actually how you have been using AI for social change, particularly when it comes to social change for gender equality? And what role have and do women play as catalysts for this kind of social change? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I hope you can hear me. Maybe I'll do.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Amazing. And I'm so sorry I couldn't join in person. I think these are the everyday challenges of bringing women from the global south and having visa issues and passport restrictions. But it's great to join virtually. I am currently the CEO and head of product at an organization called Tilly. What we do is we help children build 8 foundational cognitive skills before their 10th birthday. So if you look globally at children and early childhood development, we see that 1 in every 3 children in countries like mine, I'm originally from Sri Lanka, don't meet some of their most critical developmental milestones during the early years. Which means that what happens in the early years impacts everything from their mental health to their financial access to even their ability to graduate from high school. And what we found out was that almost 80% of a person's brain development happens before the age of 10. So what we're doing is leveraging this really incredible time period in a child's life to build skills like critical thinking, self-awareness, emotional regulation, and so on. So this is kind of what we do. And to tell you a little bit about how we leverage AI in the work we do is twofold. One is, I think, Professor Kennedy also mentioned about sort of the role in education, and I know there were a couple of panel discussions before as well. So we use a couple of machine learning models to measure learning in children. So we're able to measure very difficult to measure skills like self-awareness, emotional regulation, critical thinking, metacognition. These are skills that are highly valued in the workplace today. But these are skills that are very hard to measure. So for example, in a child, it's really hard to measure if they're able to manage their emotions. But by using big data sets, by using aspects like voice recognition, we're able to measure some of these hard to measure skills. And more importantly, we're able to actually see gaps and see where are children not performing well, where are cognitive gaps, and how can we intervene early. So this is the first piece that we use machine learning and key phrase detection and some tools like this for. I'm happy to dive into this in a bit. But the second piece is that AI has really helped us change how we do our work. So if you look at this space, a lot of content and learning tools is predominantly available in English. And it is also usually tested on learners from Europe and North America. But what AI tools has enabled us to do is to really localize learning content at scale, to personalize learning content at scale, and to do it at a lower cost. So these are the two ways that AI has been really instrumental in helping us make learning better for children. So that's sort of a brief introduction to the work we do and how we leverage AI.
Thanks very much, Kavi. That's very interesting and inspiring on how you can also apply this to a very difficult area in a practical manner. So my second question for you is slightly more of a personal one. So you're a young woman leader in the AI space, which is a male-dominated space. What are some of the challenges that you or you think other women face, young women in particular, and what are some strategies that can be done to sort of help more women pursue this kind of a career?
Yeah, I think 3 things come to mind. I think the first is I often say, don't give us mentorship. We truly have had enough mentorship. Put money on the table. Bring investment to the table. I think there is this assumption in the development sector and elsewhere that women entrepreneurs need mentorship. I think to an extent, yes. But that mentorship needs to come with really tangible investment that helps us build better businesses, that helps us go into markets that are untapped, that help us access learners and women who might not have access, for example, to the internet or to devices. For example, in the UK, only 3% of funding, VC funding, that went into AI startups went to female-headed businesses that were working in the AI space. Even in the US, the amount is terrible. I think it's under 20% of the amount of money that was going into female-headed startups. And I think in regions like mine in South Asia, the numbers are even worse. So there is a clear disparity in funding for women and entrepreneurs working in the AI space between men versus women. And I think the second piece is there is this social bias. I think Professor Kennedy spoke about it, and I know you just mentioned it during the panel as well, that we have a continuous battle for credibility, that we are often expected to turn up at the job 100% qualified to work on it, where men are sort of expected to learn and grow on the job. And the same applies in the entrepreneurship space as well. I think the barriers that my male counterparts in this space face are very different to the ones that I face building in this space. And the third piece I would mention is artificial intelligence is very interesting in that some of the most successful companies are built by individuals who have deep subject matter expertise in the problem that they're trying to solve. So these could be healthcare practitioners, educators like myself, who don't come from a traditional computer science or a data science background, but have deep expertise in the problem that we're trying to solve. But there is always this bias for the technical skills as opposed to subject matter. And I think that's the third piece that we need to really diversify what a woman in AI looks like and the kind of skill set they're supposed to have. And so I think these are the three things I would say. Investment over mentorship. The second piece is the social biases that we experience and changing what an AI skill set should mean. So these are the three things that are top of mind for me.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting. And I don't know if you can see the audience, probably not, but there was a lot of nodding and smiling in the room, especially when you talked about bring the money and don't. So I think that resonated. So we might come back to you later, Kavi. Thank you. But we're going to move now to Chris, who's going to bring this conversation a bit to the policy level. So can you please share with us, Chris, drawing from your experience working in Southeast Asia, what do you think are the key lessons or issues or strategies about integrating gender into the AI policy space? And what can we, developing member countries, ADB developing member countries, do to strengthen this nexus?
Thank you very much, Sam. And just a shout out to the organizer for a very well-organized session. So I'm coming in here with a lens from, of course, policy side and project management and, of course, research. And this is a bit the boring side of the conversation, but let's go through it really quickly, So in the Philippines, we first launched the AI roadmap in 2021, which the main focus of this 2021 AI roadmap is basically awareness, raising, and understanding of AI. But just recently, in July 2024 this year, we just launched the National AI Strategy Roadmap 2.0. And on top of that, we're pushing for a Center for AI Research. So the significant addition is that there's an emphasis on ethics and governance, which includes gender equality and, of course, equitable access when it comes to technology, right? So when we published the research with the UN Women and UNU Macau, that was 2022. The Philippines is, actually doing pretty well during that time when it comes to gender equality. We are the top Asian country when it comes to the Global Gender Gap Report for 2022. We're 19th globally. But in the Global Gender Gap Index in 2024, we fell, nine places from 2023. We're now 25th. In 2023, we were 16. So the decline in ranking is attributed to the losses in economic parity and the reduction in the share of women in ministerial roles. So you would see that 35.7% during the previous administration was in the ministerial roles. Right now, we're only 21.1%. But of course, despite this drop, the Philippines maintains the highest rank when it comes to Southeast Asian countries. And we should also note that we already achieved the gender parity when it comes to education attainment. So basically, we're basically equal when it comes to the educational attainment indicators. When it comes to AI and tech, there are still challenges. There are still a few challenges. The interesting part is just this Monday and Tuesday, I led a workshop with the APEC economies. So 12 APEC economies attended that particular workshop, and we're trying to address how can we address on the regional level the gender digital divide. And what's interesting is that we really have similar challenges across, the Asia Pacific region. For example, I think it's here. Okay. Yeah, just basically, I think I lost the slides here, but basically, there's a data gap. So many economic and environmental indicators don't have the disaggregated data. So how does it relate to AI? This makes it tough to understand how AI might affect men and women differently in areas like, for example, agriculture, climate change and such, right? So we have to note, I always say that in the Philippines or in Southeast Asia, we already have a lot of data. It's just a matter of how can we harness this particular data? How can we orchestrate this particular data? And how can we really share this particular data sets, amongst the stakeholders, right? So next challenge that we've seen during this particular research is that the STEM and ICT education representation, which I think Tilly or the earlier speaker already talked about earlier. So while we score high in educational attainment, there's a gender imbalance when it comes to science and technology fields. In the past 10 years, women have never made up more than 30% of engineering and technology graduates. That's a past 10 years already. So meaning it can lead to certain AI systems being designed primarily from a male perspective, and the feminization of AI interfaces like chatbots and such. So this could reinforce stereotypes about women in service roles, right? So there's this, during the COVID time, there's this chatbot as well in the Philippines wherein you could really, it's standard already that the female server was used. So why can't we choose, male, and between male? Another one is ICT workforce challenges, where we noted that even if there's a participation of women in the tech fields, there's a significant drop as they get older, between 25 and 35 years old, which often coincides with marriage and family responsibilities. So we really need to address the ICT workforce retention of the women in that particular field as well. And of course, recruitment, right? So we have noticed that in certain AI systems used in recruitment, there was a significant gender bias as well. So here we should do, a mainstreaming when it comes to gender impact assessments, and of course, openness of these algorithms for us to check the embedded bias in this particular system. And fourth, last but not the least, is the intersectionality. There's an interesting example that we've been using AI in lending with farmers, right? So while this particular example is great for improving access, without proper safeguards, it might unintentionally discriminate against women farmers if the AI model is trained with the historical data that reflects biases as well. So on to the next question. I have only 1 minute, to answer this. So what can the developing member countries learn from this? First, collect better data. Second, focus on education, especially on the formative years, because there are cultural stereotypes. When I was young, I'm only expected to become an engineer, an architect, a lawyer. But I'm not really expected to join the ICT career. I'm expected to become a nurse as well. So we really need to influence the formative years of the kids during this particular time. And of course, focus on workforce retention. We should realize the untapped potential of women to contribute in the digital economy, and of course, consider intersectionality. In the Philippines, we could focus on major groups, for example, farmers, domestic workers, migrant workers as well. So again, I would like to push for the gender impact assessments on these algorithms, and of course, openness of this particular algorithms to be used in this impact assessments.
Thank you very much, Chris. There was a lot there, and it's not a boring topic because, you know, you're also talking to an audience which does a lot of policy work, so it's actually all quite interesting. We might come back to you later on another question, but I'll move on now just in the interest of time. So, Jinha, bringing this all back to home in ADB, having listened to all this conversation and also based on your work to date, maybe you can give us some thoughts on how you think we, particularly the gender equality team in ADB, can leverage AI to promote gender equality across our work with maybe some examples?
Thank you, Sam. I mean, it has been a lot of learning and very motivating. And for this session, I consulted some of our colleagues sitting over there. They were sharing very valuable insights for this discussion as well. So we've been exploring innovative ways to integrate AI into our gender work, like a daily work that we do. And at the same time, how we were also discussing how we can better integrate that into our operations as well. So the first thing that we've been exploring is that gender-based violence-related initiative. So we learned that AI holds great potential, transforming in addressing how we address the gender-based violence in terms of the prevention and response as well. So one example was the initiative that was implemented in Mongolia, where an AI chatbot was piloted during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this chatbot provided critical information and resources in local language for women at risk of violence, especially during the period when the services were disrupted because of the COVID pandemic. And the tool allowed women to access the information and services very quickly while the service was missing, which is very encouraging. And building on this, the team is exploring more advanced chatbot model in other regions, including a country like Cambodia, where accessing support services can be particularly challenging. And these tools empower women and girls by offering timely and anonymous assistance, which is crucial in remote and underserved regions. The other area that we've been exploring is early warning systems. So as we all know, climate change intensifies the disasters like extreme heat or flood, and they are not gender neutral. So timely and tailored early warning systems are becoming more and more essential for saving lives. However, traditional systems of early warning systems often overlook the specific needs and challenges that women face or marginal group experience. Such as limited access to technologies or restricted mobility. So gender-blind system may risk worsening these inequalities if not fixed. So we were thinking and exploring possibility to use AI that can play a transformative role in creating gender-responsive early warning systems. And it can do it by analyzing disaggregated data on sex and age, and it helps tailor the warnings to address unique risks and challenges that women face, such as socioeconomic barriers or ensuring information is accessible in local language and through various channels. Additionally, AI can simulate disaster scenarios, offering insight that inform more gender-inclusive policies as well. And we also were exploring AI potentials that is going beyond GVV or early warning systems. In sectors like urban planning or transportation, AI can optimize routes or services to improve safety and accessibility for women, particularly in urban settings. So to enable these operations more effective and well-function, it is important to strengthen our own capacities. So internally, there have been several training or knowledge sessions that were held for gender specialists as there is a growing needs. So gender specialists in Mongolia or the Pacific region, they have been learning more about AI, how they can help our work to deepen their understanding of AI's evolution that can assist in addressing the gender-based challenges. And we are also exploring the possibility to use AI in enhancing our gender equality management systems, and by streamlining gender data collection and tracking progress on gender mainstreaming, AI can innovate how we address gender inequalities across our ADB projects. Lastly, we've been actively engaging the young women, young talent. So there was an intern hired for working on the research that explored how ADB can better adopt AI technologies and provide some insights on the sector. So these are the opportunities that we've been exploring. And through all these opportunities, our gender colleagues and I learned a lot about the possibility that gender specialists can take the role to design these technologies more gender inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. So that's actually, it's nice to hear. That's actually quite a lot when you summarize it all there. But there's still some challenges, right? So what do you think are some of the challenges that we face, and how could we collaborate more and leverage, including with our digital colleagues, to sort of further enhance impact in this space? Any ideas there?
Yeah, actually, when we were talking about these exciting opportunities, of course, we've been talking about the challenges as well. The first challenge was we still have limited understanding of what exactly there are challenges in between the intersectionality between AI and gender issues. So we know, and we've been learning here today, that the feminized AI systems or bias in data and algorithms, however, there are a lot more to learn and explore in terms of the barriers and challenges and risks. So I think that is one area, that one of the challenges that we've been experiencing. And this can be addressed by learning more through our dedicated sessions or capacity building initiatives. And some of the colleagues were also sharing like language barriers can be an issue because most of the AI programs and tools are in English. And some of the RM colleagues, or when they discuss those possibility to adopt the AI technology into their work, the national stakeholders, they share their challenges in accessing such information because they are only available in English. Therefore, this is another challenge that we can further explore together with our digital colleagues. And finally, the local stakeholders may need further awareness raising, because some of the national colleagues or our colleagues, when they try to explore the possibility, the government or national stakeholders have fear to adopt AI technologies into their operations because they do not fully aware what it entails. So there can be a little bit of reservation because of lack of awareness raising. Therefore, this can be another area that we can work together with the digital colleagues to help our national stakeholders to learn more about the possibilities. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'd now like to invite Jenny to come back and join us on the stage. And while she's doing that, please keep your questions coming in. And I have a question for Jenny when she's comfortable. So you didn't mention, you touched on it a little bit in your presentation, but you write about this a lot in your book, about how digital assistants such as, Siri and Alexa, in lots of ways, they sort of depict a 1950s housewife type model, white, middle class, very caring, polite, and all that. Why do you think the tech industry leans towards that kind of stereotype? And why is that the default? And what is the consequence of such a default?
You're absolutely right. Like the 1950s housewife inspired the title of the book, and was far more deeply embedded in the imagination of technology and technology's role within our home than we imagined when we first quipped in our first meeting about the potential of writing something together, that these technologies were like a smart wife, and that became not a paper, but several papers and a book. But in part of that exploration is realizing that technology has almost always been imagined as a woman. So early depictions of electricity, telling people about electricity, was images of a woman carrying light. So the connection between femininity and technological innovation are deeply entwined. And this is another perpetuation of that. There's also, the particular model of the 1950s housewife, there to serve, demure, what's the TikTok name at the moment? Mindful. if we think about, we want, these technologies want to be introduced into our home, positioned in high traffic areas within our home, embedded in the day-to-day dynamics of our home. So modeling them on a character that we expect to find in the home helps those technologies find their place, which means we don't view them with as much suspicion, which means we allow them to track us, to collect our data, to entwine us into these platform ecosystems.
Thank you. It's very interesting, and makes me want to read your book. So given that the risk that this poses, what needs to happen? Like, how do we reboot, as you use the term, how do we reboot these digital assistants to be, one, maybe a more realistic reflection of life, modern life, but also not be as detrimental or risk to be detrimental towards gender equality?
So the final chapter in the book, we did offer some suggestions on what a reboot might look like, which included presenting more diverse imaginations of gender, and also of ensuring that these technologies were designed in a way that wasn't purporting abusive gender dynamics within the home. I guess, like in more recent conversations, abstracting that out a little bit more to think about, well, what kinds of mechanisms do we want in place as we're designing technologies, is, again, it's still a question of making sure that there's diversity and representation, and you don't get diversity and representation if you don't have diversity in creation.
Thank you. So we've got a bit of time now for Q&A. Can we pull up the Slido results so we can see what questions people would like to ask? We've got one question in the room as well. Yeah, maybe we can take that question while we're waiting for the Slido. Maybe you could just quickly say who you are. Thanks.
Thank you. Kelly from the AI Asia Pacific Institute. Thank you so much for the conversation. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have something around statistics of less than 14% of women are actually building AI at the moment. And in addition to the topic of investment, I think investing in women, which is really, how do we really encourage that in a very practical way, right? We have this issue that, well, we currently have the majority of people actually building systems are white men, so there's no significant representation of diversity from the beginning, right? Are you seeing any development there, or are there any specific suggestions to improve?
Let me take this one, because I'm really literally working with older women, right? 5 years ago, there are around 14% are machine learning engineers. I'm one of the machine learning engineers, and we work so hard to try to bring the next generation and the university students, high school students into this area. Fast forward 5 years later, still it's 14%. It's because mothers, the daughters get advice from mothers, right? So when they talk about it, oh, what do I want to study at university, tertiary education, right? The mothers don't have enough information to guide them through. And the teachers don't have enough information either. So it's almost like a vicious cycle. So that's why Women in AI, we try to work with moms and also women in banking and finance, all these different women community, because the more they become data and tech and AI literate, they can really guide through their children. I'm not talking about just girls, right, daughters, but sons as well. So everything is evolving and moving fast, really, quite fast. And you need to really bring all different, really the ecosystem players. And unless we do that on purposely with the government, education institutes, and NGOs, Kelly, I know that you run amazing institutions to bring all this diversity and inclusion in AI as well, right? You need to really curate it and orchestrate the effort to move the needle, because it's a hard, challenging task.
So one organization, one entity cannot really achieve the, really the changes that required to pace with the fast moving, the technology evolvement and AI evolvement as well. So it is what it is.
Thank you. So we can see the slider now, and apologies I have to turn because my eyesight is bad. I can't read it on the TV screen. But we have, I think we lost a question, which was similar for Kavi. But the question perhaps on top, because it was related to the top one about the digital divide can make it harder for women to get involved in AI. How can we address it? But from memory, there was also a question about how can we get more women, young women particularly, to use it for social change. So I don't know, Kavi, if you would like to tackle one or both of those questions, and then we can take it back here to the panel if they'd like to supplement.
Yeah, I think one question I heard was how do we get more young women to use AI for social change?
Yes.
And what's the other one? Sorry.
Relating it about how do you get more women into AI in general, I think.
Right. Yeah. I think one of the sort of, I'll give like a bunch of actionable things that, for example, in the next 6 months, if these things could be done, I could have more women counterparts building alongside me and also more women counterparts for me to hire. I think one of the things, as I said before, is tangible investment. I think for us, we build in the impact space. I feel that a lot of my female peers who are building in this space are actually solving real social issues, as opposed to sort of the typical tech bro startups you have where you're using AI to build a customized cocktail for your personality type. Whereas I see so many of my female counterparts solving in healthcare and so on. But in the impact space, what we need is non-dilutive capital that comes at favorable terms that don't take forever to deals to close and capital that is patient. So I think investment that is friendly to our needs, to our terms, and especially to regions like us where VC funding is really lacking. And I think that's a space where people like ADB, for example, one of our biggest investors is the UNICEF Innovation Fund. So a space where development agencies, family foundations can step in. The second piece that I would say is I feel that for example, young women, let's say a nurse practitioner, a young woman who's a parent, a young woman who's a teacher, these are categories that we work with. I think AI, if delivered to them on surfaces like WhatsApp, on Facebook Messenger, on text, on platforms that they already use, rather than these very complicated tools like Google AI Studio or ChatGPT, has a higher rate of them adopting it. So for example, one of the tools we built was a WhatsApp tool where teachers, primary school teachers, were able to ask very everyday questions around behavioral issues, around children who are struggling to pay attention, or children whose reading levels weren't at the stage that they were expected to be at. And they were able to ask these questions, and we developed an LLM model, which is called a RAG model, and we passed through tons of peer-reviewed research and gave them a really actionable response that was research-backed that they could do in the classroom in any language of their choice. So these are tangible ways of how we can put AI in the hands of women who are working in education or healthcare or in social justice topics to do their work in better, easier ways. So I think that's the second piece. And I think the third piece, a lot of the panelists alluded to this, there is tons of young women going into STEM fields, but there is a breakage in the pipeline of them coming into industry. And I truly don't have good enough answers to that, but I know there are experts sitting there who've done work in this space. So I think we need to fix sort of that pipeline issue that's happening right now. And a lot of it is to do with how computer science is delivered in classrooms and universities. I took one Python class in my undergrad, and these are taught in very male-oriented ways, and I immediately dropped out. But I realized so many of my male counterparts were performing much worse than I was, but it was acceptable to be that way. So I think we need to change how STEM is taught in our universities as well. So I think these are the three things I would say just to open up the field for more young women to come in.
Thank you, Kavi. I mean, it also relates back to what you were saying earlier about, you know, how you're defining what is an AI sort of space for, and in coming to it with a problem that you want to solve, and then, you know, bridging that way. So that was really interesting. We've lost the questions, but I'm going to test my memory. I think there was one for you, Jenny, which was around how do you, given these gender stereotypes, how do you prevent that from sort of sneaking back into new AI development?
That might as well be, how do you save the world? That's a difficult question. I think, and I'd actually be really keen to hear about other panelists' perspective on this, but I think it's recognizing that there are biases in your data. Start from there. Recognize they're already in the system, and therefore it's important to find them. As well as recognizing, and Chris, I think you had this on your slide, that women are not a homogenous group. There are many different circumstances that are going to affect women. So a gendered lens is not a singular lens that we can apply.
Does anyone else want to add to that? Any thoughts? How do you prevent perpetuating in new AI development?
Yeah, this is a very interesting and broad question, I guess. So I will link it to the other question earlier about digital divide. So I think this is very timely as well, because as I mentioned, Monday and Tuesday, we had a workshop with the APEC economies, and we came up with 5 strategies to address the pipeline, really, from education and such. The number 1 would be education and early engagement. As I mentioned, we really need to embed, to really take advantage the formative years to really address the cultural stereotypes. We need to engage the mothers, we need to engage the teachers as well, the educators themselves. The second one would be workplace policies and culture. So you've seen earlier, between 25 to 35, there's a dropout in the ICT workforce. And that's a time when we became mothers, when we get married and such. So we need to have workplace policies that support those particular ones. Yes, so perhaps, you know, maternity leave, more flexible work from home arrangement. Another one is the entrepreneurship and leadership. As mentioned earlier, we need funding. We need to have a targeted funding supporting women-led startups. The next one would be integrated gender, ICT policy and legislation. What we notice in several countries, they have a separate policies on gender. They have a separate policy on ICT, but they rarely talk to each other. Even the ministries rarely talk to each other. So in order for us to address the gender digital divide, we need to institutionalize those integrated gender and ICT policies. And last but not the least is technology access and digital literacy. So we need upskilling. There's a lot of micro-credentials, but then again, is it recognized by the companies in your country? So we need to institutionalize the recognition of those micro-credentials as well. And of course, cheaper gadgets for, you know, underserved communities. So thank you.
Thank you. Angela, do you have any last thoughts you'd like to add?
Yes, I think Chris really touched on, you know, amazing framework, you know, what needs to happen. So in that sense, you know, in December, we are trying to host this event in Korea to bring, you know, Korea and Australia together, and also really bringing all these APEC countries together. We've noticed that, as I mentioned earlier, it really requires really coordinated effort. And we can't do it just by one country. We need to bring all these neighboring countries together, try to understand how we can complement what's existing platform and framework, and how can we leverage each other, learn from each other, so that we don't know other countries left behind, because we call it democratizing AI, right? So how can we really help each other? Because, you know, it's quite scary when you think about how AI is advancing so fast. And as I think, you know, Jenny and also Jinha and Chris mentioned earlier, also Sam, you pointed out, it's happening in particular area, a lot of software development and also advancing, really protecting data protection, responsible ethical AI practice. It's happening really rapidly and proactively. Whereas globally, there's a lot of disparity. So not just about gender equality, but also the country demographic disparity, that's all interconnected. And which means you need to really try to see how can we work together, because we are in this together. This is something we need to solve it together. Not otherwise, it's going to be repetitive and it's going to be hard to solve in timely manner.
Thank you. So I'm sure you agree with me that this has been a really interesting conversation and a lot of relevant issues and food for thought brought up in the past hour. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. So I'd like you to join me in thanking the panelists, Jenny, Jinha, Chris, Angela, and Kavi on screen for contributing to this conversation. Lots of really interesting developments, also lots of things we need to be mindful of. So there's a lot we can work on together, and we look forward to continuing with this conversation. And thank you very much for your time and participating.
Great. Thank you very much, panelists. That was very interesting. We're now going to move into the closing session for this conference. And I'm pleased to invite Stephanie Hung again, the Director General for the ITD.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So as we come to the end of our day 3 session of the Digital X ADB, I want to really take this moment to thank and express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who actually contributed to making this event as a resounding success. Over the past 3 days, we have delved into the transformative potential of digital technology and AI, not only to enhance our internal opportunities and operations, but also to reshape the way we engage with our DMC and deliver the ADB's missions and impact. We've had the privileges of participating in a rich array of insightful sessions, from interactive workshop to panel discussion on AI-driven solutions to hands-on demonstrations of the digital tools as well as a technology that we are revolutionizing the way we work. It was especially encouraging to see the enthusiastic participations and engagement of the ADB staff from across various departments, reflective a shared commitment to embracing AI and digital technologies for greater impact. During the inaugural sessions, DG Bruno actually underscored the critical role ADB must play in helping our members' countries build local capacity to integrate AI into the development work. AI offers immersive potential to address local challenges, whether by improving healthcare access, enhancing education, strengthening public services, and even on gender equality. Yet, to fully realize this benefit, we must also bridge the AI divide by investing in digital infrastructure, capacity and capability building to ensure that equitable access across the whole Asia and the Pacific. Furthermore, as we advance this effort, responsible and ethical AI deployment remain important and essential, particularly in regions where regulatory frameworks may still be evolving. by supporting governance systems and promote fairness and inclusivity, transparency, accountability, privacy, security, we can ensure that AI serve as a force for positive and inclusive development. The dynamic exchange of ideas and active discussions throughout this event had reinforced that we are on the right path towards excelling ADB's strategies 2030 vision and drive our digital transformation action plan. This plan is key to positioning ADB as both a leader in sustainable development and also a digital-first organization that harness the potential of digital and AI technologies. A central theme of our discussions has been the importance of deploying responsible AI. And VP Bruce has actually shared with us how we can continue to expand our use of AI, maintaining trust through transparency, ethics, and inclusivity is paramount. Beyond technologies, this is about improving our productivity, efficiency, ultimately the development impact and the support that we can give to the DMC. So I'm also very pleased to share that this series will continue with an AI x ADB event planned for November during the FinTech event in Singapore, focused specifically on AI solution for the DMC. Looking ahead, we have additional events that line up in 2025 to further deepen our understanding and application of digital and AI technology across the regions and sectors. Before closing, I would like to recognize the outstanding collaborations between CCSD, ITD, and all the others ADB departments involving in making this event possible. This cross-departmental teamwork is a true reflection of one ADB spirit. And this is through this collaborative effort that we will achieve the ambitious goals that set out in our digital transformation action plan. Thank you once again for your active participation, enthusiasm, and commitment over the past 3 days. I look forward to continuing this exciting journey with all of you and hear out all the new development coming along the way as we embrace digital and AI technology to enhance our own productivity, our development operations, and also drive meaningful development outcome across the Asia and the Pacific. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. There is coffee and tea outside.